Hello everyone, welcome to the TX2 breakdown video, the Rise of TX2. But I wanted to start out the video with a little something before I truly get into what I wrote for the video, because I think what I'm going to have to say to begin it here is far more important than what the actual video itself is about. In this video, we are going to be talking about a lot of dark subjects of mental health, suicide. Here's a trigger warning now, because I know a lot of people are sensitive to that. So I'd like to point out that these topics will be brought up into this video as it goes on. The other thing I wanted to talk about was this man right here, Evan himself, the guy behind TX2. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is not a good guy. And we're going to go through a TikTok real quick to kind of understand what people feel about him, and also continue my own opinions on him, because while writing this video, things happen. When you write a video about a social media influencer or just someone who posts things on the internet specifically, they don't give you time to make a, I don't know, probably what this project's been in the works for 3 months now at time of recording. Might be longer when I go to edit this. So 3 months of research and writing went into this video, meaning he did things. He has posted new music. He has 2 new songs out at the time of recording. The second song I'm talking about comes out in 50 minutes. It's about 11:10. It releases at 11. It releases at midnight tonight at time of recording this section. He did a lot of things. Some of those things are brought up in the video. I edited the script to continue kind of what I was seeing, what I was going through the research. But there's a lot that happened that I don't think I can truly get everything in the main video. So I thought at the beginning of the video here, we talk about it. Go through this one TikTok. I think that explains perfectly my stance on what's going on. But this guy, not a good guy. And that's just a blatant fact right now that I can't even ignore, because in this video I spent a lot of time defending what he does, the music he makes, his form of advertising. But I think we've reached a point now where it's gotten so bad I can't even defend it anymore. And I think the video itself has become a little outdated, but I think it's still important to talk about the points I make in this video, because I think it's important to recognize them for future artists that come into the scene of their own respective genre scenes, the signs of what an industry plant is, the signs of someone who doesn't care about what they're making. Because I will hold the opinion DX2 is not an industry plant, and he does care about the music he's making. What I have an issue with is his online personality, even if it's a character, and how he advertises his music has become a problem. And I think it's fair to talk about it right now, because his most recent advertising campaign for his song Burn, and the song coming out tonight as of recording, So Numb, he's been advertising it as an, oh, metalheads won't see this coming, oh, biggest metal song of the year, or whatever bullshit that he's advertising it with. That's just normal advertising. But I think it's gotten so bad and so called out that people are not liking this, that he is doing this rage bait in a way that now just seems insecure, because he's been called out so much. And I go in depth in the one of videos of how he does get insecure about things. To put things blunt and short, I'll go into detail probably in the video. I have it all in the script. But things blunt and short, TX2 is an insecure, whiny bitch. He can't handle when he's wrong, and he always wants to be proven right. And then when someone ever comes at him, and this goes for his fans too, his fans do the same thing. Whenever someone goes at him, he'll defend it with the most bullshit claims I've ever seen in my life. And as someone who has gone through a lot of mental health issues through my life, using mental health as a way to say you're not a poser in a scene was just shocking to me, to say the least. But what I just talked about there, we're going to get into later, because it is something that I do talk about in detail in the actual video itself. I think right now we're going to go into the TikTok of which I want to react to before we get into this video. Okay, so what I currently have on my screen right now that we are looking at is a video titled Why I Hate TX2. The creator is Mutilation on the TikTok. Actually, if I scroll down, can you see that name? No, you cannot. Okay. But that is the name of this specific TikToker. I'll put links to people I use in this video down in the description below. Just out of credit necessities, because they have been an extreme help to making this video to begin with. So, yeah. I think I definitely need to link them below. You're going to see them linked below, but we're just going to go over this video real quick. You want to know what I just realized? I don't have audio for this. I'm leaving this in. I don't care. I'm leaving this little hiccup in. Oh, because it's a quick fix. It's a really quick fix. Alright, let's get into it.
Hello. I hope everyone's having a good fucking day. And the hot topic on alternative TikTok right now is TX2. I hate this guy so fucking much that I actually blocked him just so I didn't have to see his videos.
That's fair. That's very fair to block him for that. I would if I could. I'm going to be honest. But I've been working on this video for so long that I just never could. I probably will after we're done with this.
And was trying to avoid talking about him, but I must give the people what they want. Just kidding. I love talking shit about this man. TX2 is
Everyone does.
Pop punk artist that has infected TikTok. And I don't mean that in a good way.
Okay, it's not quotations. I'll argue that the music itself is pop punk. It's not quotations. It's more the... I've never had an issue with his music. I think his music's fine. I've had an issue with the person. That's more what I have the issue with. The person of himself. That's always been my problem.
Way, I mean it in like an STD kind of way.
Oh no.
He's the Dollar General brand Billy Joe Armstrong.
Hey, no. That's disrespectful to Billy Joe Armstrong now. It's actually ironic. I'm wearing this shirt at the same fucking time I'm doing this section. Nah. That is disrespectful to Billy Joe. Oh my god, dude. Billy Joe Armstrong's fucking double the person that this guy is. No, triple. No, quadruple. He is so much better of a fucking person. Even if I have my issues with Billy Joe as well. And some things he's done. But nah, dude. Don't even compare.
Just showcasing his overall lack of talent. And the fact that he uses incorrect vocal techniques and just has a knack for singing off-key.
The vocal techniques are something I brought up, and I'm going to go into it in the video in of itself, but I brought up the fact that his vocal techniques were not proper in a TX2 Discord once, and I got fucking shitted on by the fans because they don't understand that technique needs to go before style. That is something that I've learned that these fans just don't get. Because they never get it. They just don't. They haven't got it once. I get he has a specific style in his singing, which is off-key singing. I listen to this music unironically too, and I have my own issues with it, of course. But I'm not a vocals guy. I'm a drummer, so I kind of listen to instrumentals more than I ever have listened to vocals in my life. But yeah, no, he has a knack for singing off-key. His voice, his singing techniques are just awful. They're terrible. It's so bad.
No, this song that caused him to blow up.
I'm a fuckboy, dirtbag piece of shit.
I go into this song in the video too. So I don't think I have much comment here at all.
Some of the lyrics in this song that spread like wildfire were, I'm a 5'4" man who
Yeah, no, this
spit
line
his
is bad.
words."
Oh, this line is terrible. I don't know if I go through it on the script, because I also defend the fact that it's a genre that the most popular lyric is black, cut my wrists and black my eyes. So I go over the fact that some of the glorifying self-harm shit's bullshit. But this line, the main issue is 100,000 kids think I'm the shit. Why? Why would you even put that in a song?
Yet 100,000 kids think I'm the shit. What kind of egotistical garbage is that? He has made.
I wouldn't call it egotistical. I think the song is straight up a cry for help. I do think it's a little bit of a mental health thing. I don't think it's an ego thing. I don't believe that that's egotistical, but to be fair, it sounds like it a little bit, so I can see why someone would believe that.
Incredibly insensitive, tone-deaf self-harm jokes, as well as fetishizing goth AFAB people in a lot of his videos as a joke, or he tries to write it off as a joke. And many of people, even people that are fans of him, have come out and just said that it makes him uncomfortable and are like,
definitely,
please don't fucking do that. The opening to one of his, like, joke videos for his promotions, I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, was literally, is that a goth Dami Mommy? Like...
Yeah, no, he has so many of them, too. This guy has so many of those types of videos specifically. And I mean, I get they're making fun of people who are like, goth Dami Mommy, goth Dami Mommy. But at the same time, dude, you sound like one of those people sometimes. Especially when I go back to his earlier skits. Because here's the thing, he does fetishize, the goth Dami Mommy shit in early skits. If you go early in his career, when he was releasing his song Vampire by Rumor, when that song was his main advertising point, oh, he fetishized goth Dami Mommy. God, it's gross to say it. He fetishized that shit so much, like through those skits. And I have been seeing this guy on my TikTok since like 2 years ago. The only reason I started now is because he's really blown up now thanks to the I Would Hate Me Too shit, right? So he's been doing this a long time. He has been fetishizing the scene for a very much long time. And I said in the video, and I guess it's a little spoilers, I said, yes, using sex in music, in my opinion, is not that bad because we've had people do it all the time. I think of all the old 70s and 80s rock artists. I think of the All-American Rejects. Yada yada yada, when it, like, them specifically when it comes to the emo scene. So I thought in the music, yeah, you know what? Fine, that shit happens all the time, but when it's a constant TikTok skit to advertise your music, that's when I start to go in a little bit of a problematic route with you. And I mean, it could be a little double-sided, but I think what's in music is different to what you do on the internet to advertise that said music. At least that's just my personal opinion on that subject matter.
Shut the fuck up. He tries to write it off as a joke, but the thing is absolutely no one is fucking laughing. No one thinks it's...
No, I don't think I've laughed at a single TX2 video in my life. Not once. I've more laughed at the thought of someone actually finding it funny than I ever have found it funny.
Funny. He also recently ripped off Sarcasm by Get Scared and...
Okay, no, he didn't. Okay, hold on. This is one that I have defended in comments and shit. This is one that I will defend now, because I don't talk about it in the video. So, I'm going to bring it up right now. The rest of the song is nothing like Sarcasm. The riff that he ripped off's a scale. You can sample riffs. And it's also just it's a music scale. That's what it is. So he never ripped them off. Specific patterns, scales, riffs. There's no such thing as copyright infringement with those. I mean, you can have your own personal biases against it, but to say he ripped them off is just untrue when it's only the pre-chorus that he truly ripped this off in. when sarcasm, it's a lot of the song itself. The rest of sarcasm, he did not copy, at least from what I've heard of the two songs. Maybe I'm hearing them wrong, but sampling exists. I think people have made the comment, taking inspiration from older emo music. No, it's sampling. Call it what it is. Because when you don't call it what it is, then you look sketchy. Then you look like you're trying to copy something. Call it what it is. It is music sampling. And what he's doing is he's sampling this riff. And you're allowed to do that. You've been allowed to do it in music for a very long time. When it comes to... I guess Paramore and, what's her name? Olivia Rodrigo got into an issue about, Olivia Rodrigo's song, Good For You, but even then I was like, it's more of a sample than it is a copy. I will make a joke that she copied, but sampling music has been a thing for a very long time. I'm telling you, if someone was dedicated enough, they could find the same riff in Black Wedding and Sarcasm so easily. I feel like if they actually researched it a little bit, they could find that song in other forms of music. Like they're not the only ones to use that riff. I die on the I'd fully believe someone used the riff before Sarcasm had the riff. Like that song. Before that song had that riff, I believe there was probably a song before it that had a riff. That's just how the music industry works. I'm sorry, but that's just the facts of the situation.
And he showcases in this that he cannot sing on key.
No.
He very clearly is off key with the music.
He raised his voice at her and she screamed, it's not by choice, you don't love me for one scene.
The same thing can be said for the cover that he also recently came out with of Crawling by Linkin Park. When I listened...
This one's the most offender. Black Wedding, I might just not care about vocals to the point others do because I'm an instrumental guy. I don't truly hear the issue with it. It's a song I have enjoyed somewhat. I don't listen to it often. I don't listen to his music often at all except for 6 seconds left. But this Crawling, oh, that cover's terrible. Oh, it's awful. I think she's about to play it.
To that, I thought my ears were gonna bleed. I thought blood was gonna start coming out of my fucking ears.
Honestly.
And we, of course...
Okay, she doesn't play it. I think... Hold on. I want to play it. I want to play that song. I want to play his cover real quick. Because I think it's actually... important that we listen to whatever the fuck this is. God, where is it? This one. I have to change my... Hold on, I might... bitch. I'm gonna comment bitch. Post. And then... 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, I got the video up. We're gonna go from the beginning. Turn this up. So. Oh no! Okay, we did this live on fucking video. He muted the sound. He muted it. And I believe this was after the UMG strike. It would also be unfair use of cover. Oh my god. Is it on Instagram? Hold on. I'll be right back again. Okay, I have it up on Instagram. The audio's not muted on Instagram. I think he straight up muted the audio on TikTok. I think he did it himself. God, these comments are... Oh, Jesus, these comments. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. YouTube, don't ban me. But yeah, you gotta listen to this. Actually, do I have audio running? Okay, I do. That end part specifically is terrible. It sounds forced, it's cracky, and it's just not good. That's how you put it. But I think we got to go back into the TikTok. Okay, but yeah, you see what I mean on that? It feels forced. It's not good voice technique, and he's singing off key. That's the one that was so bad it was noticeable for me. I don't notice things like that very often because I'm just not a vocalist or care about vocals in general.
The song that he released that's especially blown up lately, Burn, and it seems like he's trying to make shitty metalcore, but this is beyond shit. It's just straight up unlistenable.
I don't even think he's trying to make shitty metalcore. So I like this song except the middle. There's just a middle part that's so bad. It's so bad. I think this is the one she plays in this video.
And it's clear that a lot of his marketing tactics are
rage
baiting people. And in this one, it was specifically metalheads. And yes, it fucking worked because we're all complaining about it, and rightfully so.
But the issue is, I don't think the music is the rage bait. I think the TikTok is the rage bait. I think he actually thinks the music he makes is good. I think he truly likes what he does. But the issue is, he has a very insecure ego. And if you call him out for making shitty music, he's going to just put you on blast. And in music, I think there are some good songs. I think there's a lot of shitty ones. But out of the recent stuff, I actually really do like a lot of the recent stuff he's released. Then he released Burn, and then he started this, we're going to piss off all the metalheads bullshit. And, well, here we are. Because here's a fact. Metalheads aren't just the same thrash metal, Metallica-loving bigots that you think they are. They are this person. They are me. Like, that's metalheads. A very accepting group, especially in a genre like metalcore. Just gonna point that out.
That part in the song that goes like, what have I done?
This. This is so bad. What's the violin doing there?
You know what you fucking did, TX2? You made a shit-ass music and purposely rage-baited people and then fucking publicly broke down because people don't...
Okay, the breakdown happened, I think, after the song. Or it happened before. I think it was after it came out. No, before it came out, after it was announced. His mental breakdown on the video, I go over, and I actually show in the video. So we're not going to go over it here. But hey, this song didn't cause it. That means he was bad before the song.
Don't fucking like it, and they make fun of you. Like I said, there's no doubt that this marketing tactic of rage-baiting people has worked very well for him. But recently...
Well, yes, because he gets people who have been gatekept before in their feelings, and they just undeniably defend him with complete bias without understanding that he's not a good person. That's why people do the things they do. That's why people say the things they say about him. He's not a good person, right? But they see a person that they perceive as being gatekept, which no one's gatekept him, by the way. No one was gatekeeping him. This is the only video I've watched where they're like, please stop making music. Every other video is just calling him out. They didn't even tell him to stop. They didn't tell him not to make music. They were just calling out what was wrong with it, which is a valid opinion. No one gatekept, except like shitty thrash metal loving metalheads that are Metallica listeners 24/7. But again, people like her, people like me, people like every other like alternative metalhead or alternative person, every emo, goth, whatever, have never told him to stop making music. They just point out what's wrong with it. And what you do when you have criticism like that is you take that criticism, you put it into your future projects. And I think you did have that a little bit with his Ghost of LA EP. I think he took some of the criticism better. He made some decent songs. The hate calms down a little bit. Whoa, all of a sudden Burns released. The fucking hate's all the way back. Or, no, it wasn't even that Burns released. A girl makes a video calling him the gimmick without the substance. Yada, yada, yada. Again, I go into that video more in the actual video itself. And then his ego gets hurt. And then he goes on this giant breakdown on TikTok. And then Burn releases, and then more people make fun of him because he made himself a target by literally trying to get his audience to make this one girl feel bad. Because he literally puts her face and name on blast, by the way, in the video. And again, a lot of this is brought in my video because, as I said, I wrote the script as I saw what I saw because influencers, social media doesn't stop for you, so I have to write accordingly. It's just it's gotten so out of hand, I had to make this little bit beforehand. But it's just, his ego is so fragile. And then it spiraled out of control, and now here we are, where you tried to rage bait metalheads after you realized you can't rage bait emos. You did the fucking MGK thing! And I sat in that video and said he's not doing the MGK thing. He didn't genre hop. He's just trying to evolve his music. This fucker makes one emo EP. The hate comes down a little bit. Then someone calls him out. He gets pissy, he has a breakdown, and here he is writing this metal song to then try and rage bait someone else. Because he realized, wait, rage baiting the emos won't work. You did the MGK thing. And I went in that video saying he didn't. Because when I was initially reading that video, Burn wasn't even announced yet. This whole fucking drama never happened. You did the fucking genre hopping thing. You wanted to rage bait a different group of people because you knew it didn't work with the emos after a while. Because everyone knew your shit. Everyone knew your shit.
He's really shown how much of a fucking crybaby he is when it comes to any kind of hate comments or criticism. First, when people came at him about making insensitive self-harm and mental health jokes, he tried to write it off as saying it's how he copes with his trauma.
Some of the jokes are so insensitive. As someone who has done self-harm before, it was extremely insensitive to watch those TikToks, and that was when I really wanted to just kind of stop seeing this guy, stop doing this. But then I started making this video because I thought, I think I need to make this video. And I kind of put them to the side as it's an unfortunate thing, but I think eventually he'll learn from it. I don't think he ever will anymore, because my views did not have the he's an insecure, whiny bitch that can't be wrong view yet at the time, so I thought he'd move on from it. All this drama spiraled in the middle of finishing the script, so I had to add it into the script. There's about 5 more pages. It was a 15-page script. Now it's a 20-page script because everything I've seen drama-wise as this has gone on. I don't think he's ever going to learn. I think he's going to continue making these videos. And yeah, when I'm done with this video, when this video's done, I'm blocking him. I'm just going to straight up block him when I'm done with this video. When I'm finished doing all of this, when it's released, when I advertise it to his fans, which I did, by the way. I'm in his Discord for a reason. It's not to find people to talk to. It's to advertise this video to kind of point out to them some wrong things now. When it was originally the kind of show, hey, these should be your argumentative points, not what you're actually saying. But no, now it's to show them, hey, this guy's not a good dude.
Womp womp, bitch, make better music now.
I forgot about that. I fucking love that. Oh, womp womp, bitch. Jeez.
Then made this video.
Unalive myself on a live stream.
Oh,
you would
okay.
Still all call me a poser.
You claim to be an advocate for mental health, yet
I'm gonna let her talk here. This is a portion I'm just gonna let him talk.
you have done is make tasteless jokes about it, fucking further stigmatize it, and use your mental health personally as a weapon. He's clearly incredibly insecure considering he's reacting to people calling him a poser this way. If you're purposely gonna make shitty ass pop punk
Again, I don't think he's purposely making it shitty. I just don't think he makes good music.
music and then not expect people to give you hate and call you a poser, then you're a fucking idiot. Either make better music, keep making the music you are and ignore hate comments, the least preferred option, or the most preferred option, just stop making music altogether.
In my eyes, that's not the most preferred option. My most preferred option is a guy like him with the audience he has to learn from constructive criticism to make better music. That's my most preferred option. That's gatekeeping, by the way. That is, in my view, gatekeeping. Anything else said in this video is not. That is, in my opinion. I think just telling someone to straight up stop making music is a bad habit. Because, especially when it's someone I do not think is purposely making it bad.
Alternative people have been getting made fun of forever every time they leave their house. And if you've actually been alternative that long, you would learn to just laugh it off and make jokes about it. Like, someone told me the other day that I look like the monster underneath their bed, and I told them that I'd grab their ankles at night and that they better watch out for those ankles. Like,
I think one of the biggest issues is he spent most of his teenage life just kind of trying to be a basic white boy. I do think he is more of that alternative person, like, deep inside. I just think he spent most of his life being a basic white boy, having to fake it, and I think he does understand that. I think what happened is he got popular, he got criticized, his ego got shattered, and he became an insecure little bitch. That's just my personal purview on what happened.
Like, you just have to, you can't just sit there and be miserable about it. Like, how fucking sensitive do you have to be to get so upset about people calling you a poser that you give them a scenario of you fucking offing yourself on a live stream? Like, what the actual fuck is wrong with you?
There's so much wrong with that statement.
What helped you cope? But if you're reacting this way to people not liking your music or your content, then clearly it isn't enough and you need professional help. And if your music is really affecting you like this and the way people are reacting to it, then it's doing way more harm than good for your mental health. And
this one I agree with. If you are actually wanting to hurt yourself over specifically over hate on the internet, you need to leave. You need to leave the internet, take a break, collect yourself, and think, is this worth it? Because it's not. It will never be worth it. If you actually are hurt and you want to actually harm yourself, I think this is something. While we are shit talking a guy, I think there's something I do want to bring up actually informatively. I'm about to put on screen the suicide hotline number. If you at any point feel like you are going to harm yourself, you call that damn number. Or text home, though, whatever the other number is. It'll be on screen. You better call that number. And here's the thing. I'm going to say this to you. As someone who's been on the internet for a very long time, since I was a kid, I got internet bullied all the time. It did make me want to personally self-harm, do all these things. But that's when I just left. I stopped posting. I left the internet alone until I was more equipped to deal with that kind of thing. I was in a more better headspace like I am now. That's why I'm making videos to this day, even on a channel that isn't that, popular. This channel, there's a whole history behind this channel you're watching right now that you'll never see because I deleted it because of how insecure I was at the time as a kid to a lot of these comments that was being left by classmates. but you just leave the internet. That's what you do. If you feel that you are being negatively impacted by the internet, you just take a break. You leave. And here's the thing. TX2, you are a music artist. You can leave the internet, make whatever music you want to make, advertise the music, and go. No need to respond to people. No need to continually rage bait people. Advertise your music the correct way and just do your thing music-wise. It's that easy. But again, if you have a feeling of self-harm, either just in your life in general or over internet cyberbullying, please call the number on the screen right now or text the number on the screen right now. All right, let's continue into this.
I suggest you at least take a fucking break from social media, but highly advise that you just stop. Plenty of people on here don't like me or my content, but you don't see me sitting there and complaining about it constantly and telling people I'm gonna off myself because of it. I like doing what I do, and if you genuinely liked doing what you do and like interacting with your fans, making your music and doing all those things, then you wouldn't take shit so personally. You would learn not to take...
This I somewhat agree with. I think if you love what you do, you are more susceptible to taking things personally sometimes, especially when you're at a level of fame that you just, no one can fathom. He's at 500,000 followers. That's something more than most of the planet will ever see of people just constantly watching him. And I think it was a slow degrade. Like he degraded mentally slowly as he kept continuing doing this without taking basic breaks. I think he generally does love making the music. I think he has a big ego and he's around a lot of yes men. And I think I'm going to get into that later.
Hate and negativity from people, especially online, so personally. It's so fucking funny to me how sensitive he is to people making fun of him, but then whenever people have called him out on his insensitive jokes that nobody thinks are funny, he just is so dismissive and just says, oh, it's how I cope. TX2 is an edgelord crybaby that's still stuck in his teenage mindset, can't take any form of fucking criticism, and just generally has further stigmatized mental health and just needs to get off of the fucking internet. But what would Corey Taylor think? That's all I got for you.
Okay, that's a funny ending, yeah. All right, we're going to close this out now. All right. All right. So we're going to kind of go through one more thing that I didn't touch on in the actual video itself. I said it just earlier, like a minute earlier. I think TX2 fills himself around with yes men. And it's either he is such a toxic friend that the friend feels that they cannot call him out, or he purposely surrounds himself with people who won't call him out because he's just super sensitive to being wrong. He's just insecure. He's full of yes men. He needs people that call him out on his dumb bullshit. Because I've spent my time in that TX2 Discord. Those mods, some of them are his in-person friends. They just defend him no matter what the argument is. Even if they sound dumb, if they make 0 sense, they're just going to defend him. And I think that's an issue. I think he's filled with yes men. And I think you see this issue with even more popular creators, Logan Paul and Jake Paul. They just fill themselves with yes men. And here they are, just, being egotistical brats. I think that's the best way I can put it. But yeah, I think that's going to be it from this section. I do hope you enjoy the video that I did have planned and made. And I'll see all you guys in the next one. And I'll see all you guys in my next video. But here it is. Here is my video that I've been working on for the last 3 months. At the time of the recording, it's probably going to be more by the time it's finished editing. Please enjoy. Here is the Rise of TX2. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god. The Google Doc says Emo's back! Shit, I gotta get dressed!
Well, if you wanted honesty, that's all you had to say. I never want to let you down or have you go. It's better off this way for all the dirty looks, the photographs your boyfriend took. Remember when you broke your foot from jumping out the second floor? I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm not okay.
There we go. No, I think this is a little bit of a more classy look, and we're more dressed up and ready for this video. I do think, though, with the length that this is going to be, you gotta take a quick seat. As I said, emo music is coming back, but first, I think I gotta explain my personal definition of what emo is. To me, emo is a subculture, no longer a music genre. The subculture includes multiple music genres. The aforementioned emo genre, pop punk, alternative rap, which we'll come back to later, and recently, nu metal has kind of joined the scene a little bit. There's also some other metal genres like deathcore, metalcore, that tends to get the brunt of emo culture as well. And on top of that, the alternative rap, as I brought up earlier, is a big reason for why the genre was, or subculture, was allowed to revive itself. Obviously, there was other help. There was the MCR reunion tour, and I think they've been together since, doing other tours. The When We Were Young festival being one of those shows they do every time it's around. All this just kind of helped the revival of the genre. And I think there's been one person that has really taken advantage of this revival to boost his music career, and now it would be Evan from TX2. TX2 is an emo metal rap music group comprised of lead singer Evan Thomas, Cam, Corky, and Sam. Evan is the lead singer, Cam is the lead guitarist, Corky is the bassist, and Sam is the drummer. This has been a music group that has started to grow into infamy as they do things unorthodox of what bands have done in the past. The old way that a band would promote themselves is through touring, going to small venues, constantly playing gigs, get people to like you off your music. But instead, what TX2 did was different. He got popular off TikTok skits. Those TikTok skits we're going to get into as its own subject later in the video. But they helped him grow an immense amount of popularity due to the TikTok algorithm. This algorithm is actually fairly impressive, and while I'd love to make a video just on it alone, the short of it is it really just gives you videos you want to see. And because of this, a lot of creators can grow into popularity really fast. Like, super fucking fast. Like, you have no clue how quick TX2 rose to popularity. It only took a year. I guess 2 years. It is 2024 by the time this should be released. His initial popularity came in 2022, but still very fast of time for it to happen. Now, this has also led to some controversy of people claiming he is an industry plant. And I think the algorithm of TikTok alone is enough to kind of disprove this theory that he was just some industry plant that grew popular. And I think another way to disprove it is simply through the actual industry plant, Ice Spice. I'm going to put on the screen right now their 2 monthly listener numbers. I'm also going to put up, and you can see the difference, right? I'm also going to put in the dates that they started. And they're very two different dates. While TX2 started more as a white SoundCloud rapper. He eventually grew into the emo thing, as a lot of his SoundCloud rap was part of the alternative rap scene, which helped him grow into that emo culture. As I said before, alternative rap is the emo culture. Now, I think it's fair that we go into what kind of made him popular to start. So let's just kind of go into the songs that got him the popularity he initially got.
I drove a stake right through her. I've tasted all her lies. I'm a vampire by rumor. Empty as fuck inside.
Before we truly get into the music that was his initial music popularity, I want to get into what kind of led him down the way that let him release the songs to begin with. Kind of start out here in this section, because this section is the start of popularity, right? So he would make these cringy skits, and I think the best way to show you is an example right now.
Dad, Mom, there's something I have to tell you. This is Cam and he's
Oh
my
my god, I think he's gonna tell us.
I think he's gonna come out to us.
guitarist.
Damn it, I hate musicians.
Okay, go on.
And we're about to go on a
Okay, they're about to say date.
Say date. Okay,
Go on.
tour.
See, I told you, our son is a musician.
Okay, what kind of music is it?
I hope it's a Maroon 5 cover band.
It's emo, pop, punk.
No, an emo MySpace musician.
Maybe just show us what you're working on.
Well, if you insist. I shot my wings off and held my tongue. I smoke your insults, you're black in my lungs. I carved your name into my skin just for fun. To be a good boy, you're number one.
So you're not gay?
As you can see, they're not very good skits. I used a little bit more of a modern one. But these skits were kind of what gave him the initial popularity. They are what put him in the forefront of the faces. So that way, he could release his song, Vampire by Rumor, which led to his EP, Drop Dead. Now, we're going to listen to 2 songs off this EP. The initial popularity one, the one I do not like very much, Vampire by Rumor, which I'll get to in the actual song reacting. But also, one I like a little bit more, Trust No One. These are 2 songs that are part of his initial EP into this new emo music. It wasn't even new. He had emo music beforehand. But this is what people saw first through the TikTok sphere. So I think we're just going to go through them. We're going to analyze them. I think it's going to be very interesting. So let's get to the music. Alright, so now we're actually going to do the music listening. This part has 0 script, or at least 0, ideas I need to get through before I end the recording in a section. We're just going to listen to the music. I'm going to say my thoughts. We're going to break it down. Just what's going to happen here. These could end up being the longest part of this video, which actually is going to prove to be the most annoying part of this video. Because, straight up, I'm going to be honest, these could end up being an hour per section. And I think I'm just going to get out of the way now. We're going to have multiple sections. I'm not going to get into what section is what when, but we have a ton of different fucking sections that we're going to be getting through. Shit. Come on. Let's go. Come on, Opera. Stop slowing my shit down. You can tell it's unscripted when my shit's getting slowed down. We're just going to close these 2 out real quick. Yeah. Am I clean now? Yeah, I'm clean. Okay. We're just going to close those 2 out for a second while I do this. I had the script open and some other things. Either way. And I also want to give a warning. The opening, I didn't really get into it. I'm not, because I actually defended him on the industry plant taking the opening. I'm not going to be all sunshines and rainbows on this guy. Actually, I think I start out the video saying I do not like this guy. That he is not a good person. So, we're just going to get into this. I'm not going to be sunshine and rainbows. I think that was made pretty clear by the opening. I'm going to be really critical of music here. This is what I'm good at. So let's get into it.
I drove a stake right through her.
Okay. Good drums. The guitars are pretty nice.
Quick, take a look in a pic. I'm a mannequin in bliss. One man band, I'm the shit. Can't form attachments, so I can't suck the soul out of your mist. Leave a heart in a ditch, cause I can never trust a yeah.
Didn't like that.
As an atheist, I trade myself for paper clips. Trauma is what made me this. Baby, you know that I'm dangerous. It's too late for me to be saved.
I didn't like that. Okay. I think he's definitely a better singer now. Fuck me. Do not like that part at all. Like, at all. This part is just a little cringe in my eyes. Drums are a bit much. Drums are way too much. In some cases. Like, way too much. That was nice. Okay, that's the end. I think we gotta go through this. Okay. So I'm gonna go start this beginning. Let's go here. So let's start here. I don't know what has train has to do with anything. That is abrupt. And that's something I do like about some songs, especially an abrupt beginning like that. That is just in your face and punchy. And I think it, yeah, it starts out with the chorus. This part is a bit iffy for me. So, God, I cannot pause on this guy's face for shit and have a good look. You'll see that at the end of the video when we listen to, the first thing I filmed, which was listening to his brand new song. I cannot pause on this dude's face for shit without making him look fucking awful. I'm so sorry. I'm not a big fan of the singing here. I think it's somewhat toned down, I think, recently. I mean, I might find that different as I go through all these songs, as I go through making this video. But something is just so out of tune here in my ears. It's just something that's out of tune for me, you know? Like, he's not singing it the way I wish he would be. Like, yeah. The instrumental's great. So this instrumental is fucking amazing. It's basic chord progression, basic scale, but I think it really works great with the simplistic sound they're going for. Because they're trying to go for catchy here, and I really like that about this song a little bit. The drum, there's a lot of drum fills though. I feel like he's not truly singing on beat. It might just be me, but I'm not a hater of rap music, right? Like, I'm fine with it. But you have to be on beat. And he just, to me, doesn't sound on beat here. That's good. That's some good singing right there. I wish he'd sing like that more on tracks now. That I don't like. When he goes in these higher notes, I just feel like he goes way out of tune. I think he's a much low register singer. I think he's way better when he's singing on a lower registry. And when you go into the high registries like that, I'm just not a big fan of it. I really just don't like it. This part's nice. Transition's not that clean. I'd wish it to be a little bit more cleaner. It just feels forced in my eyes there. Transition back into the chorus. The one thing this sounds like a SoundCloud rapper tried to do pop punk. It's a bit cringe, I'll say that. But a lot of emo music tends to be on the more cringe side, and I listen to it and I fucking make it. So I'm a fucking drummer that does music like this. So yeah, no. This shit's cringy all the time, but this one just feels a bit forced. This like whole vampire thing. Feels out of breath in some of these. Yeah, he feels kind of out of breath, specifically in the chorus a bunch in that section. It might be on purpose, but I think it's just something I've noticed. He's better with it now. Like, we're talking old. We're talking like a year ago, almost 2 years ago. 2022 is when this shit came out. I think it was like late 2022 or something. But he sounds out of breath. Specifically here. Back to the rapping. Where okay, no, he's on beat. I'm counting by the 16th note. He's singing by the 16th note. He is on beat. I don't know why my ears is telling me he's not. I don't know what it is, but he is. He's very much on beat. Don't worry. I was wrong. Again, I really hate that this transition. That transition, his transitions in this song are not good in my eyes. I really dislike the transitions a lot. They feel forced. They're too much. The drums are way too fucking much in this song. I think they're way overplayed in some cases. Like, that's not needed. The drums there were not needed. You could keep the doot, doot, doot. Like, this is nice. His singing just sounds out of tune to me. I really do not like his singing on this track. And that's, like, one of my turnoffs with it in general when I've heard it. I just don't like how it sounds. I do not like how his voice sounds on this track. And when I've seen his future tracks, I've been a little bit more liking of it. But this one specifically, it just does not work. And he might not have changed his singing voice at all in his future tracks, but he might have made music that just fits it better, which might be the case as I continue going here. Like, he sounds out of breath there, and it might be on purpose, but even if it's on purpose, it's not good. It's just not good. But that was a good fucking fight. Hold up. No, it's a bit forced, but it's better than some of the fry he's done recently. Go back to that. I mean, it still sounds way too forced and like you're gonna kill yourself with it, but that sounds better than I've heard on tracks before of his recently. Again, it's the lower registry. He's a way better lower registry, like, singer and just vocalist in general, but he keeps going way too high. He's going way too high. The drums are too much. His vocals really just sound so much worse without the instruments. I'm sorry. Like, that's just a fact. His vocals are just so much worse without the instruments. They're so fucking bad. They're, like, really bad. Yeah. Then the drums come in. This is a nice this is a transition. This is a build up that leads into a nice transition. Something right here. Where's the fill? No, like, that's nice. That's a nice transition. That's where you quiet it and then force it a little bit. The rest of the song doesn't. But where's the fill? You overplay drums like mad in your tracks a lot, and you have perfect spots for fills. I just think right here is a perfect spot for a fill. Like, just keep listening and you'll hear what I mean. Here. That's where fill should be. And then quiet. There. Yeah. Like, you have the fill. So, hold on. Yeah, why'd they change it to K? So, here you go. You have the build up. Keep going. Build up, build up, build up, build up, build up, build up. See what I mean? I feel like it enhanced it a little bit here. Do that live. Like, I know it's too late. You recorded this fucking years ago. Do that live. I feel like that would make this better. Because you fucking love overplaying the drums. And that's one thing I learned listening to the So Numb. Because I listened to his newest track. Now I'm listening to his oldest when it comes to the TikTok, to the emo shit on TikTok that got popular. This is just Jesus. You play those overplay drums so much. Like, this is good. Okay, that was a nice ending. But yeah, no. I just... If I were to go back, if I were to change some things, now that we've really gone through it, I think the beginning here is fine. I think it's fairly decent. Your voice, God, again, the pauses. I cannot pause on this dude's face. Poor dude. See, no, but you do what you did in that beginning. Let's...
The kids must love the pool. Warning. Never swim alone.
I did not mean to go on the next one yet. But you take that beginning riff. So, listen to this. You do that. Go all the way over here. Play. Do that fill right here. Stop. Then do the thing. I think it would work perfectly. And that's one thing I just kind of view on that one. So, I know it's way too late. You recorded this so long ago. Do it on live. And I'm telling you, it would pump up a crowd like fucking mad to have a drum fill solo right there, specifically live audience. And he might, I'd have to listen to a live performance of it, but he might not. We'll get to there. We'll get there differently. But I think now we're just going to move on. I think I've gone through what I want to with the song, so we're just going to pop on over to the next one. That was bad. The opening was solid. That last note was bad. By the way, I'm gonna pause right here. If you don't know how I run through music, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a full playthrough, no pauses. That's how we're gonna do this, and then I do the kind of breakdown after. I just need to hear it first, fully. This is a part I really like. This song really proves my point on the lower registry thing. This song's just good. I'm telling you, man.
Destroy your hair, no, I won't care what you did. It's only fair you caught a snare, then tripped onto his lips. Now we'll grab your hair, drag you down the stairs, better watch out, don't slip. I've seen the text, I know the rest, there's a reason I like a snake under my sleeve. It's poison air I breathe. You thought that you
That was not good.
but not completely. No one on me. We're all just crooks and thieves. Tell hearts will beat until your eyes are
Nice.
in the basement and worship Patrick Bateman. Mommy issues, I'm impatient. Some may say that I am Satan. All my issues, I won't face them. All the tissues, I'ma taste it. Cause she left me unforsaken. Now I'm talking, she's my patient.
His fries back in is much better. Jesus.
We're all just crooks and thieves. Tell hearts will beat until your eyes are
By the way, not once was this song advertised, by the way, on TikTok. It was all Vampire by Rumor. This song is exponentially better. Its music video is actually quite cool, too. Gives me A7X vibes with Little Piece of Heaven. That was not a good fry. That was not a good fry at all. That one was bad. All right, we're gonna get into this. So we're gonna start with the opening. So one thing I always like about TX2 is I think when he does quieter stuff, when he's a bit softer, he tends to be really good. And this is no exception. This is actually fairly well done.
You thought that I was in love, you thought that this would be fun, but look who's laughing now, hun, now that I got out.
That last note was a bit out of tune. Yeah, no, that's way out of tune. It sounds so bad, especially because there's a backing vocal. So if you listen to it here, so there's normal vocal. It's the backing vocal that's the issue. The backing vocal is not in tune. If he gets rid of the backing vocal there, it is so much better. Because there's two vocals and there's a backing vocal that comes right after the main. And it just makes it sound off. And then you get into this. I love this guitar riff right here. This is a really good riff. Nice fill as well. Like, no, this riff is fucking amazing. It's simplistic, but it just really good. It's really nice to the ear. Especially hearing it right after a little soft bit like this. Again, that second backing, but it just goes right in after that. It's so good. I love it. I love this riff in general. Now we're gonna get into the first verse here.
It's funny how you said that you don't think I trust you. Well, honey, you're dead wrong if you.
I think this first thing just proves he's a much low registry singer. And he can sing in tune. He just doesn't anymore. Something about this is just much better about than Vampire by Rumor. When he goes into his style of a little higher pitcher thing, it just gets out of tune. But when he's in this mode right here, this is actually somewhat in tune. It is somewhat in tune much more than some vocals he's had before. This part is really nice too. I love this bit right here. Keeping the lower, adding a little auto-tune into it. Adds a little auto-tune. Keeps on the lower side. He's not straining his voice too much. Nice little add on the lata. And that, as you can tell, is what he was trying to do at the beginning. Now it doesn't backing, it sounds much better. Now he gets a little out of tune here as he goes in the higher pitch. But it's still just much better than Vampire. And much better than some newer stuff as well. I really love this la la part. It is so mesmerizing. And this is just a really nice transition into the next part. So the one thing with Vampire is a lot of the transitions seem a little forced. This feels, in my eyes, a little better. So if I were to go in, you have the nice fill. And then just kind of goes in, but it isn't feeling forced in a way. It feels like a transition into another girl, right? Because that's what this is, as you can tell in the music video, right? That was not good. That one did not fit at all. The rhyme, when you do musical, you need some type of rhyme. That's just bad songwriting. But it fits with Slip, so he kind of fixes it a bit. Right? So he does kind of fix it. The second verse, I think, is a little weaker. So he rhymes lip with slip, but he doesn't really rhyme anything here in the beginning. Yeah, he doesn't. Just doesn't fit to me the same way. Lata is so fun in there. That part's iffy. It fits. So now you're back into the regular course. This is where I kind of run out of things to say, because again, he kind of repeats what he does a lot. So one thing he's really good at is catchiness. But because he's good at that, he repeats what he's doing a lot right now. So just continue going through. It's going to sound like the same song completely. I like the fry that's the backing vocals of right here. So the backing vocals here is a fry. And I think it just sounds way better. His screaming sounds way better on those backing vocals. I don't know if it's him or someone else, but it just sounds so much better compared to some of the screaming he's done before and some of the screaming he does now. It doesn't sound like a rookie mistake then. Now it sounds like rookie mistakes. What is that in the music video? I need a pause on that. God, poor Evan. You do not do yourself any favors, mate. This is a nice little middle bit here. It's doesn't do anything too overzealous. Keeps the basic. little breakdown. And I like that fry right there. Those screams are so much better. Like, those are some real fucking good screams. Like, when he gets into it. Like, just listen to this. That one's a bit rough, but these next ones are a little better. So much better. And kind of transitioning this after that into this little quiet bit off the drum fill. This song knows what the fuck it's doing. What I've had an issue with TX2 songs before is they don't know what they're doing with the drum fills. I don't think they are transitioning them properly into what they need to be transitioned into. This one does it so well. They're not overplayed, and the fills come in when they need to come in. And it just leads into this more quiet bit. I think his vocals definitely are weaker when they're by themselves and isolated. Like, they're definitely weaker. This bit's nice again. This bit's nice. Like, I really love the use of the double kicks here. Now that you're kind of in the climax of the song, the usage of those double kicks, making everything louder. Just having everything just kind of come in. You have all this sound coming in at once. You have Evan kind of going fucking batshit insane in the background. Everything about it just works. And I love it, especially for a climax of a song like this. It's just amazing to me. And then the scream at the end is not that good. It ends off on a weak note to me. It really does. So, I think I should give these songs as we go through them a little bit of a rating. I don't think a Vampire by Rumor a rating. I think a 5 out of 10. I think it works in some areas. I think it doesn't work in some other areas. Trust No One, I think I'd give it a solid 7 out of 10. I think it's a fairly good song that has very good concepts, and I think they do them very well. Especially the ending of Trust No One to me is fairly well done. Like, super good. And I think just overall, Trust No One is the better song out of the two. But the one thing that I'm going to talk about here, I think I'm going to talk about in these review parts is, I want to talk about the music I do like, and the music that tends to get advertised on TikTok, they are not the same. This song I never saw once advertised. I saw Vampire all the fucking time, and I hate the song. And I really do because of that on top of it, because I've heard it so many times. He advertises some of the weaker stuff, and I think we're really going to get into depth about that later on in this video. But Trust No One was really never truly advertised, at least from what I saw. I think this is the way better song. So much better than the one that did, which was Vampire by Rumor. It's just my view on it, I guess. But yeah, Trust No One, really good song. I recommend it. I'd recommend a listen. There's some parts that are weak. I think when he tries to do the screaming, it works in some cases. In some cases, like that ending, he's really not good at it. And he's really never been good at the screaming, which we'll get into when we get into a song later that really showcases this. But I think just overall, better song than Vampire. I think we're going to be finished with this listening section. I think it's time to just move on to the next section of the video. These songs were the start of the popularity of TX2. Now, I do want to go into the aforementioned, before we got into this, skits for a quick second. The skits started becoming skits that would enter music into the fold after Vampire by Rumor got released. So the one you saw was a more modern one, right? So you had the music thing at the end. Originally, he didn't have that in his original skits, but then his skits started becoming advertisements. And then from those skits came something called the performance TikTok, where he would perform his song on the TikTok. And these performance TikToks went into something that every punk artist eventually does, and that's politics.
Put a bullet in a kid's head, think they got a sickness and they're not dressed up straight. But what happens in the closet doesn't matter if you profit from the flag of the USA.
In Tennessee state government, they were putting in legislation to ban things like drag shows and other LGBTQIA things. In response, TX2 did make music about this, as he is a bisexual man. He has very strong feelings about this specific topic. So he'd get political. He made the 3 songs, Heaven Was Full, Loaded Guns, and the most popular of the 3, Randy McNally. There's No Love Like Christian Hate. Or it's just No Love by Christian Hate. Yeah, No Love by Christian Hate. Sometimes I get the titles mixed up and stuff. But yeah, he would get into politics, as a lot of punk artists do. And so this is where hatred from a completely different group would come. And this is a hatred I think is actually in his favor over out of his favor. As he would kind of grow a hatred from the right-wing crowd who think punk music is made for them. Right-wingers, I just have one message for you. No, it wasn't. And also, there are people that says punk rock is never political. I have one message for you.
Don't wanna be an American idiot. Don't want a nation under the new media. And can you hear the sound of hysteria? The subliminal mind of America. Welcome to a new kind of tension all across the
The representative from California has the floor.
Sing out to the president, gas man. Bumped away is your punishment. Pulverizing. Oh, baby, let the bad times roll. Oh, 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 baby, let the bad times roll. Oh, oh, oh. We're gonna hang 'em high. We're gonna shoot straight up in the air. This eye is for an eye. No need to ask me, no need to care. Yeah. Crazy, crazy. See all the hate for crazy. So crazy, crazy. So crazy for crazy.
Yeah. Punk music has always been political, from the Offspring to Rage Against the Machine to Green Day. Even My Chemical Romance would dress in dresses as a little bit of a protest to any anti-LGBTQ person. But that's just kind of where punk goes, because punk is made out of people who go against the status quo. And right now, the status quo is anti-trans bills, anti-gay bills, anti-anything LGBTQ bills. And I think it's really important to go through this music, because one thing I think this music does is prove that TX2 cares. I think it does prove TX2 isn't just an artist trying to make money off of his platform. I think he's trying to send a message off of his platform. So I think we're going to go into those songs now and talk about that message he's sending. All right, here we are. This is the videos for Loaded. We have 3 videos queued up here for this section. We have Loaded Guns, Heaven Was Full, and Randy McNally. We're going to start with Loaded Guns, then we're going to do Heaven Was Full, and then we're going to do Randy McNally. So again, this is my last time I'm going to explain how these work. For the rest of the sections, you better understand. We're going to do a full listen where I'm going to make comments, but I'm not going to pause. And then we're going to go on a little deep dive where I actually talk about the song itself. So we're going to begin here with Loaded Guns. Let's start it. Okay, this is nice. This is like an audience thing. Wow, okay. Oh no. Nice drum beat behind there. Yeah, this one's definitely a crowd thing. Like, get the crowd into it. Woo! Oh, that's a hard one. All right. Now it's just the vocals leading. I like that bit. All right. Yeah, I'm liking this so far. Woo! All right. No. I don't like that. I don't like that. No. Simple drum fill. Gets the job done. I like that. The rest of this is really good. Again, it's simple. Very simple. Yeah, okay, so that's a fairly decent song. It's a fairly decent one. Pretty radio-esque. So this bit here, so this beginning bit, right here. God, I hate that. Okay. Right here. So that bit is easily, when you go live and you listen to this, you can have this run live until you're ready to go. And then it's a simple drum fill in. So if we just go in, just a simple snare fill. It's like a Lars Ulrich type snare fill. It's simple, gets to the point. I like that bit. So it's led by drums and vocals, which tends to be a lot of TX2 songs in general. There are songs where the guitar is the like motivator, but here it's the drums which are punchy. So these drums are very punchy, right? So you really listen to it. You hear that punch. The bass and the kick. It's like a huge part. So it's like it's a doom 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 doom, right? So it's doing the good reliable. So get out of this. There's not even hi-hat behind it. They're just doing good over reliable. So Queen made a song that really can get the drums to drive it without it being complicated, and it's really simple. And it's the classic "We Will Rock You," doom doom, doom doom, doom doom, right? So that's what he's doing here. He's keeping it simple. So that's the beat they're using right there. It's one of the most simple beats you'll ever learn. It should be the first thing you learn as a drummer. It's kind of how to do that. but it drives a song. And while it's so simple, it's good. It can drive a song fully. It can push, punch, push. Like, you can just listen to that. And then the vocals on top of it. So, he's obviously... Now we're going to get into the lyrics bit. Because these are songs I do want to get into the lyrics. They are very key lyrics. Right? So, he's really, really going in here. He's trying to piss Christians off like mad. Specifically Catholics. Okay, that's nice. That's a little jab at the there's only two genders people right there. Here's the hi-hat coming in with the beat. But it keeps its bass. It keeps its bass of doon doon tss, doon doon ch, right? Yeah. So, and then he just keeps going in. Ooh, I need to hear that again. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So he's really just going in on Christians specifically, which makes sense. The Christian religion is sometimes what really causes this, is people that take the scripture for themselves, for their own selfish reasons, right? And he's already just asking them to die. And then here we go. Here's the chorus. So this guitar riff, you're kind of going to hear throughout the entire song, right? Right here. So it's like, you're going to kind of hear that through the entire song, right? So what they're making is an anthem. That's what this is. And that's why the drum beat is so key. When you're making an anthem, you need a driving drum beat. The guitar does not matter. It's your bass and drums and vocals right here. So when you're making an anthem, this is what you need. You need easy singable lyrics. They're loaded guns. Touch. So what they're trying to do here, this is a song you make specifically when you want it sung by your audience, right? So you want your audience singing along with you. And I do think what they might try and do is try and do what Queen did and also get them to go with the doom, 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 right? And then sing with this, because you can even hear in the dub, the amount of voices that are overdubbed, it just overtakes it. Like, the guitars are so simple. They're just there. But the drums are simple too. But they're punchy. They drive the song. And now the guitarist does it. Yeah. And then he just... So what he's doing is he's trying to make his message, and then he wants, in this bit, his audience to yell that message, right? So, it's a call to arms. The song is a call to arms, right? And he's just continuing. That's a fucking line right there. I love that line. Hold on. Can we get that one again? That's a fucking great one. I really love that line. That's a fucking dig. So he's specifically going at Catholics here. Like an evangelist. He's going after specific denominations of Christian where this is the most common shit, right? That's true. He's only spitting facts. Like, all I hear is facts here, man. Well, yeah, I'm running out of patience with those type of people, too. Don't fucking worry, mate. Don't worry. But yeah, no, he's really just digging in on them. He's putting his entire feelings of this specific group of people that are taking advantage of their power to harm others. And he's just fucking going at them right here. And again, here's the chorus again. Same guitar part. Right? So this song's not much to say because it's the same throughout. Yeah. And then the guitar does it again. Yeah, no, it is an anthem. And anthems are meant to be simple. I like how this song is right here. This part's kind of cool. I like this. That is great, man. You suck them dicks. You suck them dicks, Evan. You suck all them dicks. This I don't like. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. So it's clean. Oh. Yeah, no. No. That's forced. Oh, that's very forced. Oh, dear. Oh, his voice cracks in it, too. Oh. Oh, that could have been left out. Like... Oh, you can hear it. Oh, yeah. No, you can hear the problems with that. It's very forced. We're going to get into his screaming vocal thing later, I think. But God, I'm just going to make a comment here. It's forced. He's going to kill his throat. The way he does Fry, he's going to kill his throat and it just doesn't sound good. I hate that. I hate that. It's too high. It's way too high. For his vocal range, that's way too high. And then, again, where you have the audience kind of go. And that's a nice drum fill. It's simple. It's a Lars Ulrich fill. Right? It gets the job done. That's kind of what you're trying to get out of this. Right? Like, it gets what you need out of it done. It's catchy. This song is very catchy. Yeah. Yeah, this is a very catchy song. I really like this. Except that middle bit. I'd skip that middle bit if I could. His Fry. That was not good. That was quite the opposite of good, actually. I gotta be completely honest here. Yeah, no, I like this. And then the guitar again. This is kind of basically a formula. So, it's a formula that they just constantly repeat, right? That's kind of what's happening here. Yeah, no, I really like this. It's a really nice anthem. It's a really good anthem. Okay, the next song here is Heaven Was Full. I'm headed straight to hell. So this looks like it's going to be another Christian attack one, I think. But let's get into it. Let's listen. Nice guitar riffs to start. Hold on. I think I need something on me. This. Nice drums, driving, punching. All right, it's nice. Nice hat triplets there. Ooh, that's some nice guitar distortion. Again, the drums are nice, simple, punchy. Ooh, a bass line? Ooh, I don't hear these often from him. I like this. Punchy bass line with it, and it kind of drives it. All right. That's a nice bit. I like that. Alright, I'm good with that one. Yep, I like that. Nice solo. Let him shred a bit. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Okay, a little anthem bit here. Cowbell! More cowbell! Give me more cowbell! Ooh, that's a nice fill. Ooh, yeah. I like this. Okay, that was nice. Okay, let's get through it. Let's go through it. Let's talk about it in more depth here. So this is a nice little guitar riff to open up. I like this bit. Yeah, that's a really nice riff. It's AC/DC-like. Yeah. And then the drums. Nice punchy drums that enter in here. Really nice. It's a nice intro. Okay, yeah, that's a really good intro to a song. Let's listen to that in full again. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really nice... It's really nice opening. 17 second opening? Yeah, no, it's great. Okay, first verse. Okay, that part's a bit cringe. That's a little cringe. Yeah, that's a little cringy. It's funny. I like it. Like, yeah. So, kind of going into his home life there a little bit. This song is actually a lot of just talking about him personally, right? This is his own personal, like, issues kind of glowing through this song. Ooh, that's nice. I like that. It's a nice entrance into the chorus here. That's a really good entrance into the chorus. I also like this. It's catchy. There's a little dock block in there. Yeah, there is. That's a really catchy chorus. Yeah. So he's kind of saying he wants to be who he wants to be. Yeah, so it's basically a song of like, hey, I want to be myself, bitch. I don't want to be what you want me to be. I want to be what I want to be. Right? So that's kind of where it's going.
Right, roll it back. No, I won't ask for shit. Kick up man who's just been hit. Judge us soul by the wrist.
There's the rapping again. Which I'll get into why that's important at some point. I really like the triplets on those hi-hats. Triplet. 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 Yeah, a lot of electronic uses of drums. So the drums here are not... There's a lot of use of triggers here, I'm guessing. And then real drums come in. Boom, bah. You know what? I think that would... I think this would benefit from a da. You know, I think this would benefit from that. Again, here's a little anthem bit, right? So there's a lot of anthem. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So, yeah, no, it's just anthem. I like that about this. Yeah. There's the block in the back again. And then, oh, this solo is amazing. I love it. Listen to this. Like, dude, he shreds it. Fucking shreds there, bro. That's some fucking shreds. Holy shit. Ooh, I really like this guitar solo. I want to listen to it again. Just listen to this again. Yeah, no, it's great. Nice scale usage. And then cowbell. Give me more fucking cowbell, Evan. I need more cowbell in TX2 songs. Give me more cowbell. Yeah, this is fucking great. And then that's just an audience bit, right? So, like, this is like a clap with the snare, sing with it, right? So that's type of thing. So that's like a live thing. So if you play it, you gotta have doing this with the clapping while they're chanting this with you, right? So that's what you do live. One thing I'm learning, these songs really are the songs that gets Evan to have an ability to interact with your audience. And when you are a band and you can't interact with your audience, you're gonna fail. And I think the fact that the song material is what it is, they did this on purpose. Because they want you to exclaim yourself. Like, say, this is me. Hey, this is me. You know? Like, hey, I'm being myself. Hey, I'm sending a message. So they made it anthem-like. And it just works beautifully, especially when it's a political message. Political messages, if you can get your audience to do it with you, if you have an interactive song politically with your audience, it's going to work really well. And that's a great fill. Simple, great fill. And again, back to the chanting. Yeah, it's just straight up, hey, these people keep telling me who I have to be. Let me be who I want to be. And he's just basically saying, he's heading straight to hell. And that's a nice outro. Yeah, no, that's a really good song. I think this is better than the last one. Mainly because there's no fry screaming. That sounds like shit. I think this is great. This song is definitely on the top of TX2 songs for me. The one thing I've learned with TX2 is a lot of his songs are either a hit or his songs are either a miss. There's no in between. What he's trying to do is he's trying to revolutionize himself and his own music and experimenting, which has gone ways that have made some really bad tracks, which I think will be our next section. I believe. I will find out because I'm filming this unscripted and at a different time. But this is basically really smart musicianship. Really smart to make your anthems your heavily political songs. So you can get your audience really into it because your audience will connect with the politics you're laying down. Right? Like, that's what's happening here. You're trying to get your audience to connect with the politics, and that means they're going to interact. And And the one thing I've learned, if you're a band and you cannot get your audience to interact, you're going to fail. Your band is not going to do well. And I think it's just really smart. This one is a hit. With Evan, I don't really think there's ever an in-between. I think it's either hit or miss. Just because he's always trying different genres. At time of recording, he's currently advertising a new hardcore song that I don't think sounds good. I'm on the fence about it. When I get to hear the full song, I'll get there. We might do music reactions with TX2 after this is released, because I just think it's an interesting career to follow after this video's done. And this is just a hit. I don't care. This one's really good. This is a really good song. I think the song's an easy hit. But yeah. I think it's time we get into the next song. Okay. This next song is one that is a heavy. God, I didn't want to open Chatterino. Whoopsie. My camera glitched there. That's why I opened something. Okay, so this next one is a bit of was the important one. This is the one that he wants to be popular. This is the one he advertised like mad. This is Randy McNally, No Love Like Christian Hate. This one I have listened to. This one I know the drums to. So this one I've learned. So I have a little more insight, but we're still going to do the full listen through. No pause. This was 10 months ago. God. I think the song was released a year ago now, though. I think it took him a while to get to the music video. But I think we're just going to listen to this through. Let's go. Nice guitar opening. Keeping the beat on the hi-hat. The hi-hat could probably go. I think it could just be the guitar, and you get the message through. I think you get the message through if it's just guitar. Why'd I pause? Anyway. No. No, I don't like that. I've never liked Fire Scream, even though I listen to this song regularly. I like the skirt. Woo! Get the drag queens in there. Catchy. This is a catchy song. I'm sorry, I just love this music video. Is that an actual mop for the hair? That's great. I love that. You know what? More mop drag queens.
Hey Billy, it's nice to finally meet. Hey, I hope you find me pretty. Wearing a dress in the street. Do you want to come and see what I hide underneath? It's a gun and it's free. You should point it at me. 'Cause you got secrets too. And you too, Gary. I know you do. So tell us all the truth. Do you think Jesus loves me? There's no.
That's a nice one. I like that.
Let's all count down till Judgment Day. Our soul is heaven's gate. If you stand outside and pass the plate, God is a rope. You use to pull close.
I like this little bit there. It's nice.
So tell me who do you pray to? When I'm on my knees, I can play too.
I really like this song.
Tell me burn all the books. Censor the
This bit Green Day like here. Little Green Day inspiration.
up. The church is giving head to state while putting countless lives at stake. Digging thousands of new graves for children who can't be saved. Bang, bang, kill 'em all. Watch the whole country.
This part's great. This fill is amazing. I love that one. I really like the choreography and the dance in the music video.
I know you want us back, still burning flames. Your God is a rope.
Again, I'm not a fan of the of the fry. Fry's not good, no. This song's pretty good. Let's get into it, eh? So, this opening here, I already made my comments. I think the guitar could be there alone, and I think it'd be send just to get the message across is fine. I think the hi-hat adds a little bit too much here. I really do. I think the hi-hat's a bit too much into it. Like, I think the guitar would have been fine by its own. Like, straight up. Just straight up the guitar, and I think it's fine. Right? The fries, man, it's just... When you listen to them, they just sound forced. Yeah, no, they're just really forced. They're just... He's gonna kill his throat. He's gonna kill his actual singing voice if he keeps doing it this way. Because he's been doing it this way, and it's just not good. So, he has actual... Great pausing, once again! I really pause on this guy so well. Okay, so he has actual, Yeah, there's Bill Lee. Gary Stubfield? Is that phone numbers? I don't think they're actual phone numbers, but... Okay, and that's Randy McNally in the middle. So it's Billy in the left, Gary Stubfield on the right, Randy McNally in the middle. Yeah, so he has the actual politicians right there that he's going after. So he's specifically going after politicians in Tennessee because that's who's putting in anti-drag laws, right? That's who the song was made for. And then here come in the drag queens. And then this is catchy. I love how catchy that is. Like, I love how catchy. Yeah, it's a really catchy chorus, which I think really works in his favor here. Again, you're trying to send a message to people, so you want a catchy chorus that people can belt out with you, right? Kind of what you want. Again, going at the Christian stuff, because that's that's what they're using as their example, as their excuse for why they're doing these laws. Yeah, I really like this. This guitar riff here. Very interesting. Again, the drums are punchy. Like, they carry it. And then this part's interesting. So he's going directly at Bill Lee, right? So he's specifically kind of mocking him, right? So he's trying to directly talk to the politician. Yeah. And then... That's... I'm getting great faces of heaven for you guys, by the way. These are great. I hate this. I hate this. So... He's directly also pointing out the fact that a lot of these governors, a lot of these politicians that are these anti-LGBTQ are also the ones that tend to be talking boys. Which, yeah, it tends to be the case. There's no love like Christian hate. Let's all count down till Again, the chorus is very catchy. I love the choreography in the music video, right? So, basic chord progression. I think he's also calling them out for not being true Christians a little bit too, right? Like, this is not what what Christianity is meant to be. I think that's what he's also calling out very specifically throughout this as well, right? So this is section right here is very Green Day like, you know? Yeah, that's what I wanted. Calling out the book bans that these politicians have done. Censoring looks, trying to ban drag shows, right? Yeah, now he's calling out the extreme high rate of suicide for trans kids because they're not allowed to get the care they want to in states like Tennessee, Alabama, Texas, Florida, right? So that's kind of what's being called out here. And he's pointing this out too. You're killing kids actively by taking away actual ways for them to transition and make them their assigned gender at birth, right? That's just not what they are, right? It just isn't. And you have such mass gender dysphoria, kids are killing themselves because they just can't be themselves and they get depressed and the gender dysphoria goes like mad. It's awful. It's awful what these politicians do. And I know for a fact that this section of the video is going to get people in here that are metalheads who are this transphobic, gayphobic, homophobic. I think that's going to get them in here, and they're going to kind of go at me saying a bunch of fucking bullshit. I don't care what you have to say. You're wrong about a lot of these. There's a lot of studies that can prove you wrong. That's not what this video is about. This is just a section of the video, so I'm not going to go in deep. I'm not going to cite sources. I'm not going to go through all that. I'm just not. But it is a very wide known fact that no, trans people are real. Trans people are the gender they say they are. It is like taking the brain. So say we took my brain. I am a cisgendered male, and we took my brain and put it in the woman's body. I would not feel like a woman, right? So no. So if you are one of the transphobic people who are in here that are one of those metalheads that come from, I'm going to guess the A7X video, right? So I know the politics of A7X fans is very flawed. So take your brain of your gender right now. Remember what you are. You are a cis male, female, whatever you are, right? Take your brain, put that brain in the body of someone who is a different gender. Are you going to believe you are that gender? No, you are not, because you're a male. You're a cis male, right? So you think you're a male. So take your brain that thinks you're a male and move it into the brain of a female body. You see where the issue is now. And there is literal science to kind of back it up too. Again, I'm not going to get into that because that's not what this video is about. We're just talking about the music here. I just think it is relevant to the music to bring this up. And he's also bringing up the fact that these are the same politicians kind of killing the country, right? Because they are. They're killing democracy. They're killing the country just in general. They're gonna make this country crash and burn. Little chorus with a little filter on top of it. I just can't get behind your fry screaming, dude. I know. I've already gotten yelled at in your Discord over my opinions on this, but you just sound like you're new. You sound like a beginner. You know, you sound like a rookie. You're making rookie mistakes. Is that Cam? Or is that someone else? That might be someone else. I don't think Cam's here at this point yet. Again, I just can't get behind your fry. It just feels so forced, in my opinion. I just can't get behind it. I seriously can't. I am sorry. But yeah, no, that's a pretty good song in my opinion. You get past the fry screams, it's a decent song. I think the fry really kills it a lot for me. I just don't feel good listening to that fry screaming, you know? I just really don't feel good about it. But yeah, that was those songs. I think it's now time to move on, eh? The songs we just listened to are extremely political and I think relay a very good message. And I think the one thing I do take away from it is he does care about his community. And the first ever thing I filmed for this video is the reaction to his, at the time of recording, newest song, So Numb. The most recent song, that's what you're going to see at the end. My first ever reaction to that. And I kind of come across the same reaction with that one too, that Evan is a guy who cares about the community he's in. But he struggles conveying it a few times. And I have a full section in the script at the end of this video that goes through my displeasures. Because right now, what this part of the video is, what this portion is going through, the music itself, is kind of defending the guy over pointless things that just are incorrect and untrue. Right? I did want to touch on more on the political thing. I'm going to show you a quick TikTok that I think was very interesting, where he actually was doing performance TikToks, as mentioned before we moved on into this. By the way, I brought up performance TikToks before we moved on to the politics thing, because that's important here. He did performance TikToks at an anti-LGBTQ rally or protest of some sort. So he went to this protest, megaphone in hand, and he started doing song performances. And I think I'm going to show you one of the videos that's on TikTok of him doing this, because I think they're just fucking great. I love them.
Oh my bad, I didn't mean all Christians, just the bitches who don't listen and point their fingers hissing. I'll be pissing on their graves when their dusty asses kicking. Tell me who's got more charges, me or Pastor Vincent? Old white men always gotta say shit. They can hold my dick, they don't want a conversation. They just want their kids to end up rich and racist. They're running out of time and I'm running out of patience. We're so fucking done living under loaded guns. Brain dead out of touch. Oh man, now your time is up.
So I think it was insane for this guy to just go through into one of these protests, because these are people who wield so many fucking guns, it's insane, and just kind of mock them. And I really do love this, because he's willing to go the extra mile. And that's one thing you don't see with industry plants a lot. Like some people want to claim he is. Or that he is some poser, that he's fake. You don't go this extra mile. You just simply don't. To put kind of self at risk here. Because these are people you are putting yourself at risk with, by the way. These are very dangerous people, in my opinion. Alt-right wingers are just extremely dangerous in their thinking, the way they act, very prone to violence, as we saw on January 6th, right? So these people are very dangerous people to kind of just go in there and start being in their face and start mocking their protest, to counter protest at them. It's cool. And I think he's kind of sticking to his message. And he's always stuck to his message. His songs, even now, like some of his music now and what he talks about now, are about being pro LGBTQ, how he's a bisexual man who has gone through the struggles of coming out, right? So I think it's really interesting to view his political opinions in this sea of kind of an era of punk music that the right wing thinks they own, right? Of course, punk artists currently in the modern day, like the Offspring, Green Day, are making sure it's known that their politics align with the left, right? That they align there. They're not aligning with dickhats. That's a way to phrase it, like Donald Trump, right? And I know this section of this video specifically might get people pissed off at me. And I'm just going to let you know right now, I'm a very openly political person. I listen to this music somewhat for a reason. Some of this music is my opinion, right? So, anyone that gets pissed off at me, congrats. You can fucking leave. I don't want bigots on my channel. You know? But yeah. It's just interesting to me to kind of just see all this, right? Now, I think it's time to move on into in the next section of this video. Next up, we're going to talk about the start of TX2's infamy. The beginning of the hate.
I would fucking hate it. I'm a 5'4" man whore who slit his wrist. Yet 100,000 kids out there think I'm the shit.
The next song we're going to talk about, it's a singular song. This section is going to be just one. That's for good reason. This song was the beginning of hatred of TX2. The true beginning of the industry plant comments. The poser plants. The poser plants. Yeah, nice words, bud. The poser, comments, right? And I do want to talk about the contents of this song before we kind of get into here. There are in this song... Actually, you know what? In all the songs left here that we have to talk about, I'm going to put this right here, right now. There will be mentions of self-harm. Here's the warning now coming across the screen, coming on the screen. The rest of the music in today's video are going to include mentions of self-harm. Suicidal thoughts. Just anything like trigger warning wise. If you want to skip the next 3 sections, down below will be chapters in between all the stuff. So go, make sure of that, you know? So, what's this song about? Well, this song is a cry for help according to Evan himself, which I believe. When it comes to this song, I get making fun of the structure of the song. It's very poorly written. Its lyrics are a little bit cringy and really on the nose. But a lot of music in this scene tends to be like that. Where it's cringy, it's on the nose, yada yada yada. All that good stuff. But this one, it's structured extremely poorly, in my opinion, the way it's done. And I think some of the lyrics are questionable. I think he could have written out better. All these thoughts. It's an interesting thing to me. Because as someone who has dealt with ideas like this, I would write something just as cringy. I did, in fact. But Evan is in his 20s. I was 14. This song comes off as if a 14-year-old wrote it. I really wish I was kidding. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you right now. We are not going to make fun of the subject material of the song, but instead the song itself. A lot of people are making fun of the subject material. We're going to just kind of talk about the song itself. I'm gonna laugh a little bit, and I think it's just gonna be we go through it. We're gonna be done. This is probably gonna be the quickest section of the entire video because I just kind of want to get this done. So how about we just get into it? All right. So this is the video here that we're gonna be watching. You guys know what I do by now. I'm gonna do the full listen through, make some comments, and then we'll do the breakdown. All right. This opening isn't that strong. Doesn't really hook me in. Yeah, okay. You. I really hate that structure. Like a lot. God, I hate the structure of this. Slow. Kind of drags a bit for me. His singing's not quite tuned very well either for this one. Okay, a little solo going on. Not bad. Oh, ew, what was that? Ugh! Did they tune the guitar? I... Okay, initial thoughts before we go into this. One, that solo just did not sound good. I don't know what it was to me. It sounded off. If it sounded off for you too, please leave that comment. That just sounded really bad. It's like he's trying to make an anthem out of this. It should not. No. This is not like an anthem song. Let's go back to the beginning. I'm not a biggest fan of this intro. It doesn't really make me care. You know? I just don't give a fuck. I don't care about the song enough to continue it, right? So, here's where I'd kind of stop. I'm just like, okay. So what? I hate this structure. I really do. The I hate that structure. I don't know what it is. I don't like the quarter note singing in this thing. On top of that, he just doesn't sound tuned with it. It's a bit too high pitched for me. I just hate this structure. I really do. It's not good at all. Fuck. It's also just, you sound like an edgy 14-year-old that thinks he's... You're acting like me back in my 14-year stage when I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm totally having fucking sex, guys, like, every night. You know, I'm having sex every night. What is this video? It's so dumb. I mean, he just sounds edgy. It sounds like a 14-year-old wrote this. And this is kind of where I feel like it starts becoming an anthem, you know? And I'm not the biggest fan of it being an anthem. Like, it completely ignores the structure, right? So let's go here. So, you have the structure, basic quarters, 2, 3, 4. Like, the singing completely exits the same structure. Everything, I don't know, it just doesn't go into it well either. I think that transition's a little bit forced. Like, it feels like you want to make an anthem of something that some people truly cannot relate to. Now, when it came to the politics songs, sure, some are not going to relate to it, but most in the community of this are going to relate to it. And sure, when it comes to thoughts of self-harm, we're going to relate. But no one's going to relate to being the asshole. I mean, some will, but your main audience won't. But your main audience is also edgy 14-year-olds. So maybe they do get along with it? I don't know. But it sounds like it's written by an edgy 14-year-old for edgy 14-year-olds, which tends to be his audience. That's kind of something I've found. Yeah, you just sound... I don't know the best way to put this. I really don't. It's just bad. It's just really bad. There, that's how I put it. It's a really bad fucking song. And we're back to this structure. That, buddy, assuming your entire audience are kids, that's something where I have to come back to later. We'll come back to it. Okay, what are they? I know I said I didn't want to make fun of the subject material, but what the fuck are they gonna do? Are we gonna blame the listeners of your music? That's another thing that I found. Are we just gonna blame others for your shortcomings? Get a fucking therapist. Kids are not your therapist. There's all a cry for help that they will never get. Yeah, they're fucking children. You are claiming these are fucking children. I get it. Life sucks. And I don't want to make fun of you for having your life suck, but I'm going to make fun of you for acting like it's not your own damn responsibility in your song. What, are the kids supposed to call you a fucking therapist? No, they're gonna listen to music they fucking like. Don't fucking patronize them like that. I mean, I don't know. Again, you go back into this chorus. I'm not a fan of this chorus at all. I hate it. Like, I strictly hate this chorus so much. I think it sucks. I think it breaks the song a little bit and turns it from a song to an anthem. I mean, they're both songs, but it feels like you want a song about you, but you want to also make the song about them. It's not how this works. Politics songs were about a collective group. That's why the anthem worked. This song is about you. You say I in the song a lot, buddy. That's why I think this does not work. I don't think the anthem style chorus works in this scenario here. I just don't get this music. So dumb. Like, it's supposed to be relatable. This isn't relatable. Sometimes this guitar just doesn't sound right to me. And maybe the guitar's fine and it's Evan singing, but there's just things and they're clashing. They're not going together, they're clashing a bit. The drums are kind of boring. I mean, I know I said I want them to be a little bit more basic before, but not this basic. This is like just nothing fun's happening. This song is making me depressed. You don't even hear bass. I say that now I finally hear the bass because I'm looking for it. But I don't know, it just, nothing meshes to me here. Everything seems to clash instruments-wise with Evan singing. I think if there's just an instrumental, it'd sound better. No offense. It just clashes to me. It just doesn't sound right. And I'm not the biggest fan of this part. I feel like you could do something interesting over. Oh, I feel like there's more interesting things you could do there. You know? That's just me. And then it's again, I'm not the biggest fan of this. Okay, and the solo, so it opens fine. Okay. That. Right there. What was that? Was there a mess up? Like, legitimately. Was that what it's meant to be? It sounds like there's some chords that aren't meant chords. Those aren't chords. I feel like there's just some notes that aren't meant to be there. Like this one. That just doesn't sound right. You couldn't get another take if it was a mistake? This is fine. That's not. That sounded a bit out of tune. Like, really out of tune. I'm not the biggest fan of this ending. When you have a guitar solo, it's meant to really make the song pop. And it makes it pop in a really bad way. That's not good. It's just simply not good.
I'm a psychopath. I'm a knife in your back. It's the shower scene when I'm in the room. I'm a bad attitude. I'm a villain to you. And I would fucking hate me too.
That fry wasn't actually terrible. Listen. That wasn't awful. That was actually somewhat decent because I don't think he has it so high pitched. Okay, I'll give this song one credit. It has one of my most liked fry screams from Evan so far. I just don't like this chorus. Sometimes the vocals just clash. The vocals just clash with the instruments. Okay, so if I were to really talk about what I just listened to, kind of repeating things, kind of just going through it again, that guitar solo's fucking ass. His vocals are really clashing in with the guitars, in my opinion here. And then on top of it, the drums are just boring. You don't hear bass. The bass don't exist. This is like Injustice for All, but for emos, I guess. Everything's just off. So, go down to the comments. I wrote this song at a low place as a cry for help. Literally in the lyrics. The song went viral due to people telling me I was an industry plant and poser. I mean, every lyric I write, I feel like I am slowly losing my sanity with this career. And this was the warning. But also the song specifically sounds fun, so we decided to make a video bit. Make the video bit fun. Lol. Okay? That's your issue. I get it's a bit. But there's a point when the bit has to die. Because I'll tell you right now, this song right here, I believe is in the next section. It might not be. It might be the last section. I think it's the next section, though. I think we have 3 sections left. Risque songs, story, emo, emotional. After this one. This one's either the next one or 2 next. I think I do emotional last. I might be wrong. This one might be in the last section. So, remember, this part's unscripted. So don't blame me. I don't know this part yet. This one is sad. And doesn't sound fun. That's what makes it good. I like 2 pills. But we're going to get into why I like it later. Your issue with this song is, 1, you make the admission that 100,000 kids are listening to your shit. It's not true. I think your monthly listeners are probably more than kids. I don't know the exact demographic here. I'm sure it's a majority, though. You're blaming them? That's what that sounds like. Yeah, no shit, they're not going to know your fucking issues, bro. They try and project their issues into your music, not your issues into your music. That's just how kids are. First of all, if we're going to do this, it's how adults are. It's how people that listen to music are. You can make music personal and still have it be projected into the person. And I think this song is personal. And I get you want to project it into the person. That's why you did the anthem. But this song is so personal. You, admittedly extremely personal to you. Not only how many times you say I in the title, the amount of times you complain about when people have to talk about it, the amount of times you complain when people poke fun at it, of like, this is my cry for help. So your song just doesn't fucking work when you go into this thing where you want an anthem-like effect in your chorus. That's what Two Pills doesn't do. That's what 6 Seconds Left doesn't do. That's what Walking Dead Man does not do. And I think all three of those songs are way better and get their message across because of that now, after listening to this. Mind you, I have not listened to some of these songs in full. I listen to a very few handful because I have found his songs are either hit or miss. Tends to lean towards miss, but he has some really good hits. So, just my message here on this one is just to get rid of this. Stop advertising it. Stop playing it live. Just stop even talking about it. Never talk about this song again. It's fucking dog shit. It is way out of tune. Your vocals clash with the guitars. I mean, your fry was good in this. Bring back that fry for half the shit you do. And the guitar solo is just, what the fuck am I listening to? So yeah, that's my thoughts on that one. It's not a good song. I'll tell you that. So, one thing I do want to talk about with this song is, I guess we're going to continue going into the critiques. I just don't understand why he is so animate on defending it. Now, do I think some of the things thrown at him to call it bad are dumb? I do. But structure is not good. And it makes messages like, I'm a 5'4" man whore who slit his wrists, sound cringe. It makes them sound like a joke. It sounds like you are glorifying self-harm when you write it in the way you are. It's just how it is. It's not a good song. So this is where I'm going to get into my issues a little bit. There, again, as I've said before, I think in this video, later in the video is when I really go in on what my problems are with this guy. Even at the beginning of the video, I go into my issues with him, right? He dies by whatever he does, without ever thinking of the effects and the consequences. And this song is one of the biggest pieces of evidence of this. Instead of just saying, hey, I made a bad song, someone will call it a bad song. He will fucking cry on the internet like the 14-year-old child that wrote the song. If a song's not good, a song's not good. You have to accept when that is a fact. And his fans need to accept when that is a fact. This song fucking sucks. And it makes your message sound like a joke because you don't take yourself seriously. And that's where Industry Plant comes in. That's where Poser comes in. Because your music I go into later, like 6 Seconds Left, Two Pills, you are taking yourself seriously somewhat. This song you don't. And you're trying to relay an important message. And that's where it just fails. That's where you as a person has failed when it comes to this song's drama and attraction on the internet. I'm going to come a little bit close here. And you know, come here. Let's get up close a bit. Yeah, okay. Get the fuck away from this song, you fucking moron, and stop talking about it! Alright. Yeah. Alright, let's go to the next section.
One blink, two pink, line still on the sink. She cries 'cause our lives will never be the same.
In this next section of the video, I wanted to talk about Evan's storytelling ability in music. I have two songs prepared for this one. I have Two Pills and Black Wedding. I think one does a fairly good job at it. Really good job at expressing the story. Well, one is just okay. I think it does the job. I think it has some flaws, which we'll get into. Two Pills, from what I've read, is something along the sorts of he got a girl pregnant, he ran away, he has lots of regrets, and it's just an overall sad story, which I don't know if it's based on a true story or not. It might be, it might not. I'm not here to confirm specific things like that. And Black Wedding is about a gay closeted man getting a girl pregnant and being stuck marrying her. You can already tell the difference in the stories. Question is, how do they portray them? One thing I always find about Evan's music fascinating is he always tries to tell something in it. There's always a message. There's always a story. Which is really good, because that's how almost every emo artist writes music. You go to a pop artist, you're not going to get that as much. Pop artists just going to sing a song written to them by some guy in Sweden. Probably this guy specifically. Who also writes a lot of rock stuff too, I believe. But, yeah, they don't write their music. Emo bands, artists, rock in general, they do. And they like to express themselves through story in a lot of it. I think Evan tries to do that, and I think in some cases he fails very poorly, extremely poorly. But in other cases, I think he does really well. And these two cases are the cases I think he does decent. I think Two Pills is phenomenal. And I think the music video is even better. This is going to be the first one we actually pay attention to the music video, because I think it's one of the coolest music videos I've ever seen. And then Black Wedding, I think, does its job. I think it tells a decent story. The song itself, the music, I'm going to get into that in just a second here. But the story is, it's okay. I think it does well. Now, we're going to talk about Black Wedding and a couple accusations at it. Specifically, the accusation that it's ripped off Get Scared's Sarcasm. I've listened to that song, obviously. I don't think it straight up copies it. I think it takes a specific section and samples it. Now, has Evan ever said that that's what he did? No. That's part of my issue. If you're going to sample music, fucking own up to it. It's okay. It's fine. Everyone does it. It's just a scale. But you just keep saying it's inspired by Get Scared. No. It's not inspired. It's sampled. Now everyone's saying it's a ripoff. It's not a ripoff. He makes it sound like a ripoff because of his phrasing. It is sampling. It has been done in the music industry since the music industry has straight up existed. It's been a thing for a very long time. Which is why I find these accusations dumb. Now, will TX2 say he sampled it? No. The guy's fucking egotistical. The guy just won't even admit that he sampled something. It was just inspired. You're making it sound like you did rip him off. Stop making it sound like you ripped him off. Just admit you sampled it. Let's actually take a listen to the songs, though, so you can make some thoughts for yourself. Alright, here we go. On screen, we have Two Pills already readied up to listen to. You guys know the drill. I'm just going to go listen through one time and then deep dive the second time. Let's go.
One blink, two pink, line still on the sink. She cries 'cause our lives will never be the same. Just moved to
I like the use of acoustic guitars. Drums are interesting.
broke up, she's stuck here, home so far away. The guilt sets in and I question, was it my fault? It took just one call.
I like the build up there to go into the chorus.
The weight of it all, I'm feeling so small. Staring at these empty frames on the wall. Was it my fault? Lately, I feel like we won't ever heal. We moved on, no shame, we'll
dad. So how could she know that to love and to be loved are one and the same? The guilt sets in and I.
The drums are amazing. They're actually really interesting.
My fault. It took just one call. It's 2 pills to swallow the hope for tomorrow. The weight of it all. I'm feeling so small. Staring at these empty frames on the wall. Was it my fault? I tried to black out and forget about you since I erased you from my life in one night. Can't forget what I did. Can't forget what I did. Was it my fault? It took just one call. It's 2 pills to swallow the hope for tomorrow.
God, I love this. It's extremely emotional. By the way, I did want to point out the music video too. It's fucking amazing. The choreography is great. Okay, so we're going to talk a bit after it because we're going to deep dive the music, not the story itself, which is why I want to talk now. Holy fuck. This is an emotional song. This does it right. And it tells its story beautifully. Tells it well. It makes you kind of tear up with him as he's going through this little bit of a mental turmoil. And it's kind of where other pieces of music of his fails. Because this is a very emotional song. It has a lot of emotional weight to it. And I think it's done very well. I think the singing is kind of kept a little bit more in tune than it normally has been. And I just... long term, I've seen him advertise I Would Hate Me Too. Short term, yes, this song was on the TikTok. The long-term advertising sphere? I've never seen this. Because in the long-term advertising sphere, this doesn't get rage bait. Because it's a good fucking song. And I don't get it. Advertise with your good fucking music. Let's take an actual deep dive into it. So, we're going to listen here. The acoustic guitar that's in the background is very well done. I like acoustic over electric to open here. The drums are heavy, and I like that. Sometimes slow songs, these quieter songs, heavy drums can punch through and just impact it, especially in an emotional case. Think of Fiction by Avenged Sevenfold. It's a bit more on the less heavy side, but those drums are heavy. I mean, it was written by the Rev. Of course, the drums are heavy. But it's extremely emotional to the Rev. Because that was the last song he ever wrote before his unfortunate death. Heavy drums can add to emotional songs, even when the rest isn't heavy. That's something I don't think some artists tend to understand. But some do, and do it really well, and I think it's done really well here.
Cries 'cause our lives will never be the same. Just moved to LA, down to our spare change. We broke up, she's stuck here, home so far away.
So, from my gathering, the story is about getting a girl pregnant with a child. Having the child, I believe, like aborted or whatever, moving into a whole other state with her, and then ditching her. Something like that. And it's just, then you add the emotional weight. You almost kind of feel bad for him. He's not the good guy in this story. I do want to talk about the music video. Just look at this choreography. It's beautiful. And I love the build up, you know? It just slowly builds up in this section here. And it just keeps going. Crescendo and in. That transition is something that's beautiful. It's fluid. It's fluent. It's not forced. Something I have an issue with some of the music. It's beautiful. Because it's a natural crescendo to decrescendo. And it's in. It's actually... it's fluid. It just goes through. And it's just... it adds to the emotion to have it done right. And I love the dancing in the background too. One of my favorite music videos. I think the complexity of the drums could be done a little bit less, but I like them. I like that fill being in there. Something about it's just nice. Again, that adding of a crescendo to a decrescendo. And just putting it right in. Something about using that transition in the song just adds to it, in my opinion. It just makes it so much better. And it's so fluid with it. Everything feels like a complete song. It doesn't feel like you took bits and pieces of songs and mashed them into one song. This sounds like a complete song. And it's really fucking good. And I want more music to be like this. Because I think he's really good at it. And again, you just can feel the emotions going through the song. And I think the choices of instrumental with vocal really does that for him. You can feel with him in a way you can't with some of his other emotional music. Now, obviously, I don't want all of his songs to sound like this, but I think this one works. And I think there's some music he's made that's just too much, and this works better. And that's an amazing transition as well right there into this. To a little climax. And then... God, it's... everything about it, it just feels good, but also sad and emotional. And this is why I think I would mark this as my favorite song by this guy completely. It's the only one I think I've listened to regularly, other than 6 Seconds Left. But that's not going to be in this section, so we're not going to talk about it. Everything just feels good. The musicality of this is amazing. And I want to know if he actually wrote this. Everything about it is just amazing, and I truly think this is his best work. It's really hard to pick out some flaws in here. I think maybe, yeah, some of the vocals are out of tune a little bit, but this is one of his songs that I think are flawless because he really put a lot of work into it. Something I think was really good with a song like So Numb. But that's not till the end of the video. Pretend I never brought that up. I think it just works. And I think it actually kind of dives in to the type of music that's in his head, type of music he wants to make. Well, not wants to. Obviously, if he wanted to make this music, he'd do it more often. The type of music he's really good at. And I think it shows what his potential can be. But I don't want him to have peaked here. And that's a little bit of a worry. Will the rage bait music, will the trying to just get popular on TikTok take away from the musicality that was in this and have him have peaked here? Because I don't think anything has reached this level of musicality that he's made since. I could be wrong. I might not be listening to enough. If anyone has one that is more like this, that's after it, show me. But I don't want him to have peaked on the musicality of his music, of the just beautiful music he can make. I don't want him to peak here. As much as I, through this video, am going to place my problems, while also defending him a couple times, where I'm going to place my problems, it's not out of hatred for the guy. I want him to succeed. I think more successful artists in a scene that needs them is great. But you need stuff like this. You truly need more things like this. Because I think this could have been the defining song had you let it be the defining song of your career. You didn't. You overplayed your hand on I Would Hate Me Too. And this is just left in the background. No one that hates on you probably knows of this song's existence at all. I'm going to tell you that right now. And if this gets views of people who hate him, did you know of its existence? Did you actually know the look into him? Or did you just hear the one song? And I'm not going to blame you for it. I'm going to blame Evan for that. Because he doesn't do this often at all. This is not what he promotes. He promotes what gets clicks. And doesn't promote what will get likes. Alright. The next one we have upcoming is Black Wedding. A song that's gotten some controversy. We're going to take the listen now. Let's go.
It's been 2 weeks since he tied the knot. He's dressed up clean, but there's a glove he forgot, and even the hostess knows.
Yeah, it's a nice little background bit. So this is a bit that's ripped off. I like this chorus. I really do. I think this works as a more violent song. Here's his rap roots coming in a little bit. I like that. He keeps those roots a lot, which is, I think, really good for him. That's something I could mosh to. I really like this chorus, actually. Abrupt cutoff, I like those. Whew! Alright. That's a high impact song. I think the story's pretty basic. Honestly. I mean, some complexities in there. I think Two Pills is a better storytelling song. This technically falls under this category. Because it is a story song. I think it has a couple shortcomings in the storytelling, but it makes up for it in pretty good music, if you ask me. So we're going to talk about the music. I like this opening. It's a nice opening. It kind of sets the mood. It really sets the mood a bit. Like, if you really listen to it, right, you'll hear what I mean. It just kind of sets the mood of what the song's going to be like. It's going to be this heavy riffs, heavy drums. It's going to be closer to a metalcore song, right? Like, that's kind of what you get out of it. And I like that the lyrics lead here, and it's just kicks. Little Tom fills. Nice little background bit there, right? So I think some of the background aesthetics are actually pretty good here. So, you know, you got the kick. And the tom fills in the back. This little piano bit and the bell bit in the back. I like that. Add the guitars. The guitar edition here actually kind of works. You add... Because you do add a actual transition move. Right? So... that works well here, I think. It really transitions into this little pre-chorus bit very well, in my opinion. So this is the bit that people say that is getting ripped off here. That's just a basic scale. That's all it is. You're not ripping anything off. I think it's just his phrasing is all fucking whack when it comes to it. It's fucking awful. I like the "and he said" leading into the chorus. I think one thing he's learned is he needs to actually add things that transition instead of abrupt stops into choruses. So, like, because we were listening to older music before this. This is the first one I think that's in the more newer era of his stuff. I think he's kind of learned you need stuff to fill in a transition. So he's doing that. I think the transitions are a little wonky, but I think they work. I think they're better than anything he's had before when it comes to transitioning in different sections of the song. I think his transitions into the chorus work very well here. The guitars just sound great, in my opinion. I think the heavy riffs really work. I like the high energy. And it keeps that high energy. Yeah, I like that bit. I like how threatening it sounds. Because that's kind of like the point, right? Like, it's in the fucking lyric itself. It's not a vow, it's a threat. I really like the violence a little bit in this song. I think it really works. Right? So, like, yeah, it's like attacky, it's violent, it's high energy. And then I love this bit. I mean, that transition is a little bit wonky into the rap, but I think it's fine, right? It's kind of abrupt. I really like having a little bit more of a rap element in there, right? And then back to the regular singing. I really like that little orchestral part into the chorus. Hold on. Oh, that's cool. It's a little like climb up a scale ladder that just gets a little bit louder into the oh god, I got my thing stuck on the thing. Oh, I fucking love that. Oh, that's amazing. I've never noticed that before. Hold on. I didn't even notice that one in the initial thing. Oh, I love that. Oh, that makes that transition so much better. Oh, that's fucking great. God, it just fills the song. This is actually really impressive. So, I like this transition to a breakdown. It's this one. Like he whispers it. It gets really quiet. Right into a breakdown. Worth it. That's fucking amazing. Oh, I love that. You probably just saw his shirt does not tuck into a belt. Because I was lazy. Oh, but that's great. I love this breakdown. This breakdown is fucking awesome to me. I think it's his best one, easily. I could mosh to that. And then back right into the chorus. I love it. Ooh, that's a nice bit. Have everything quiet to say that. It adds emphasis when the instruments come back. It really adds emphasis to the song. Woo! And then ending with the vocals. That's great. Oh, that's just amazing to me. I love that. I really do. I think it's storytelling elements. But God, the song itself is great. I think Two Pills is definitely the better storyteller. I think it's actually better musically too. But this one really worked. I think it's one of his best, heavier songs. The hardest thing about sampling is filling it in with riffs that weren't the original song. And I think he does that well, because I've listened to the song. It's not all the exact fucking same thing, right? It's not one for one, bar for bar. At least I don't think. Maybe I'm not hearing it right. If someone wants to put the songs side by side, tell me, right? But I think just the transitions are much better. I think that came with experience by this point in his career, having a full EP out and many, many hate comments on his music, including me a couple times. I think it works great, though. I really think this works great. I think this is better than a lot of most of the songs on this EP. I think it's the one thing, though, is I don't listen to it much, right? But he advertises it on TikTok like mad. I can get why people are tired of it, because it's way overplayed. But if you don't have it way overplayed in your head all the fucking time, I think you're going to have a much more fun time with it, right? I think you're actually going to really enjoy what's being made. You know? So, yeah. That was a great fucking song. I really hope it doesn't go downhill from here. While I did explain some of my shortcomings with the song, I feel like Black Wedding as a song itself is pretty solid. I think it's decent. I think it's good, right? Two Pills is just something else, man. It seriously is something else. And I think its story is beautiful. Well, it's not a beautiful story. It's a fucking terrible story. But I think the telling of it is beautiful. I think it's a beautiful song. And as I said, kind of through the reaction, I don't want him to peak here when it comes to beautiful music. I want him to keep making music that's beautiful. Because I think that's kind of a strength of his. I think his strengths are breakdowns. I think he has very decent breakdowns. That's not him. That's his instruments. I mean, it could be his writing, but it's the people that play the instruments that really make that happen, make that work. I think his storytelling is very good. I think he knows how to make a song that's quieter, it's on the slower side, that's melodic. I think he knows how to make that work. I think he knows how to make rap work too. He's been doing that the longest out of anything he's done so far in this scene. It really works. And I think Two Pills shows that him doing music that's more melodic is kind of a strong suit. So why has he only done it once? I get not wanting to do something that's like, like over redundant, right? I get that. But why did you only do it once? That's my question. And I want you to answer that question. Because it's weird. Don't you want music that's gonna work? Or do you just want to be hated on the internet and make money? Now, storytelling gets emotional a lot of the times. So now we're going to listen to some songs that continue this little story bit that he has, but are on the more emotional side of his personal life.
One black eye and bullet holes. Mom, I've never been better. Dirty hair and torn up clothes. Mom, I'm so...
I'd like to fully give a trigger warning for this next bit, because this is kind of where the self-harm, drug abuse, suicide truly starts to be brought up in the next two songs we're about to talk about in this next section of the emotional section, or as I call it, the emo songs, because these are where the emotions come from. Now that I have that out of the way, let's talk about them. So last we just talked about the storytelling elements of Evan's songs. And that kind of continues into this next little bit, talking about his emotional songs. We have 6 seconds left, a song about attempting suicide. And then the next one is Walking Dead Man, about, I believe he says it's a friend of his who had a huge drug abuse problem, which literally killed him, as he was a walking dead man, as this song says. These are very heavy subject songs. And the one thing I've found is, oh yes, a lot of emos do not want to use these topics in their music. A lot of cases is brought up as a case of why he's a poser that he uses subjects like these. I'm going to talk about why that might be somewhat the case and somewhat right after we get through the songs. But before we get into the songs, the idea of using them is not a poser thing. If you are a casual person who only listens to the songs and believes the songs are the issue, the songs are not the issue. I want to get that out of the way before we listen to them. It's not the songs that are of the issue. It's of what he does on social media before making the songs that has proven to be an issue, So, I'm going to get into that when we finish listening to the songs, because I think you need to go into some of these songs with a clean look to actually evaluate the songs, because if you have this look of dislikement to the guy, you're not going to like the songs to begin with. So we're going to go with a clean look. I'm not going to talk about this much. We're going to talk about the issues that come after we listen to the songs. So let's listen to them. So what's coming up next is the videos for 6 seconds left in Walking Dead Man. So we're going to go into them, the jazz. We're going to do the full listen through without any pausing, just some comments. And then we'll do the deep dive with a ton of pausing. Let's go.
so deliciously.
I like the use of an acoustic guitar. I think that's a good use at the beginning here.
A leather seat reclines, his body is covered with brine. He called mom 7 times, did she miss it or decline? It reeks of gasoline.
I like the slower take on it at the beginning here.
His car will never leave. It's time for him to sleep for.
Evan's a pretty good singer when it comes to these quieter moments, that's for sure. One thing I really like about him.
Your patience paid off.
I like the patience in this song. Like, it's willing to be slow. Something like 2 pills.
This isn't what you thought. Off of a ledge, your heart drops.
I like that entrance on the drums.
What did I leave and what did I take? The 6 seconds left. Feel myself drowning in sleep.
I like the gradual addition of instruments here at the beginning. Ooh, I like that bit right there. Ooh, that's a nice fill. That it gives me My Chemical Romance vibes in that section there. Black Parade. That's kind of the vibes I'm getting a little bit there. Singing gets a little weaker. It's not bad though. I like the quiet off there. I like the pacing. Vocals are not the best there. That's a little weak. I don't like the Fry screaming. I do like the going back into the acoustic bit there. A good recall to the beginning. I actually really like how that plays out. Yeah, okay. So we're going to get into parts I like, parts I really didn't. I think his vocals are, again, the weakest part of this, honestly, probably. Tends to be my opinion on most of these songs, so, yeah. So, go in. One thing I really like is using this acoustic guitar at the beginning here, right? So, I think it's a really cool way of doing it. I think it really kind of sets a tone for what the tone of the song is, right? And it just goes on. I think it's a nice entrance. I really do like it. Maybe it drags a little bit, but I think it's fine. I don't think it drags too much, right? So. Yep. When he uses this voice, I actually tend to like it. I think he's at his strongest using this registry of voice right here. It sounds pretty good. The one thing I'm really liking about this specific section is the acoustics are background. Yes, they lead in, but they swiftly become background, and you have a bunch of regular vocals and backing tracks that really take over the song, right? So, and because I don't think his singing is the weakest here at all, I think it really works because I think he's being very conservative and patient with the song itself. It isn't trying to be too much, right? I think what it does is it paces itself out perfectly. And his vocals on this at the beginning are very good. I think his vocals get weaker as the song goes on. I think he starts out strong, and this bit being where he starts out strongest, I think really helps the song. Because in the other parts where it's weak, you have all the other instrumental bits that you really don't need the strongest vocals to really push through, right? I think the depictions in the lyrics of just kind of being very descriptive, it's helping the message of the song itself at this beginning bit. Like, the one thing that I've realized with some songs is when he's trying to get a specific point across, he doesn't do it well because he's not descriptive enough if your lyrics are trying to tell something. I think these lyrics are very descriptive, and it helps. It's really telling what he's trying to tell story-wise through this song. I think having the slower start really helps push out the emotions it wants you to feel, right? In which I never remember to take that off. Which I think is something that's that fails because I've listened to all these songs before. Just you're watching me listen to them again in a more less fan tone or like general listening tone to a more critical tone, right? So I need to listen to it so I can get my like critic brain going on it. Something I think Walking Dead Man fails is this exact thing, and which I'll talk about when we get there. So, yeah. But I think keeping the slow little pacing to start the song, the full first minute, right? A lot more than just the full first minute. I think it really helps you feel emotional with the song a lot, in my opinion. Yeah, just letting the acoustic just be all the instrumentals really works in here. Yeah, I mean, these lyrics are fairly good too. They're really good in my eyes. It goes on for a good chunk of the song. We're at 114 in the video, and it's just only the acoustic. And then we're gonna get into this next bit.
This isn't what you thought. Off of a ledge, your heart drops. All I give to
I think the addition of the drums is very nice. I think it has a little bit of, it's a little subtle. I mean, it's loud, it's in your face, but so it's not like subtle in that way. But I think it's just a nice little addition here, and it keeps with the pacing of the song, right? And its pacing is what's important, I think, here in the opening. It's very conservative. Again, it's very conservative with how it's using all the instruments here. Because it wants to gradually get louder. It doesn't want to just be immediately in your face, right? This part I really like, because I think now you add all the electric guitars and stuff, and now you're adding this emotional build-up, you know? Like, you're adding the emotional build-up that he wants in here. Like, the point of the song is to get really emotional because it wants you to feel that way, right? It's going for a specific feeling. It's a sad one, right? And I love the buildup of the instruments. Because that really adds to an emotion of a song when you do a buildup. Like, I think Are You Really Okay by Sleep Token, for an example, because I was listening to that just earlier today. It's a more of a buildup thing, right? Makes you feel emotions with the artist. And that's what he's kind of doing here. You build up the emotions, right? You know? So I don't know music wise if he took anything, like, I know there's a lot of songs where he's taken similar riffs out of, but he did. So I don't know if anything like that in the song. If you can comment, leave me, right? Because he does, much as in my last part when I was talking about sampling, he does do it a lot to the point where it is concerning. But this one I don't think really has anything that's like that. But what it does is it does take an idea from a song of another emo band, My Chemical Romance. What it's doing is kind of in the Black Parade, right? It's a song that's kind of almost like accepting fate, almost, right? The Black Parade is like a concept album about a guy going through cancer and stuff, right? But you get to the song Welcome to the Black Parade, it's kind of a song about accepting the fate that they're going to die, right? And what this song does the idea very similar. And this bit is him accepting this fate. But what you're about to hear through the next little bit is him fighting it, right? That's what this next section's going to be. The song, it's him fighting this. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to do all this, right? It's very similar, super similar to how Black Parade is, where it has the slow bit of this acceptance, and then it's just a build-up, and then the drum fill, and then the actual pop punk thing. This is actually very concerning. This is almost the same, idea-wise, where it's then fighting this inevitability, right? Because the music video is actually very, very indicative of this, right? So if I could get here, right? What's happening here in the music video, the game of chess is like a visual of this guy's fighting for his life now. That's what the visual is. That's what the music video visual is. I think that's actually a really cool way of showing this visual. And I love the opening. So now I'm done talking about the fucking music video. Let's talk about the music itself. So here's the chessboard. It comes out. This is the start of fighting for his life, right here. And I want to check something. Hold on. Alright, so I'm going to listen to this. Sorry, I noticed that the thing paused. I realized when. It was when I clicked the P in Spotify. Alright. A little bit further. that's the exact same rhythm, just in a little bit of a different key to hide it. God damn it. I can't defend him sometimes. I think that's the exact same rhythm, right? Maybe I'm a little wrong? Like, it just sounds so similar. I mean, it's different enough. I can't say he quite stole it, but you're this close, buddy. You're this close. Yeah. I mean, I'd say this is very similar to that part too, but you can't fucking steal a drum beat. It's a basic punk beat. Everyone uses it. Yeah, but okay, let's go back. Let's pretend I didn't just do that. Let's pretend. So, basically, I do like it. So, yeah, it gives, I mean, I guess there's a reason why it gives the vibe. I do like the build-up, and I like that, yeah. Now it's just going through all this, like, it's emotional baggage, right? So it's just going through all emotional baggage lyrically. It has these heavy riffs on top of it. I still can't get over that. I'm sorry. I knew it gave me the vibe for a reason. I think it just straight up stole the rhythm of the same fucking thing. I need to stop thinking about it, or else I'm not gonna get through this. No wonder I thought this was. So yeah, no. I'm not gonna get through this now. Basically, it's just motion baggage. So this is not only this, it's still the rhythm, like the Black Parade. It's just him like fighting now, right? So it does differ a lot. I think it's just that little bit. So I guess it is sampling, right? Just a little sampled bit, because they changed the key signature as well with it, right? Like, it doesn't sound the same. The rhythm is just similar, right? Which is kind of the same with Black Wedding. It's just the similar rhythm, but it's a different key, right? I guess is the way that it feels slimy, but it is technically how that works. I never give him any help when pausing on his face. He sings so stupidly expressionly, with a lot of expression. So I like where you bring back in the vocals, right? Because you know it's him, right? So you back off the instruments a bit, and then, God, I'm so sorry, Evan. You back them off a little bit, and now you have the vocals lead. I think it is a little weak here. I don't think it's the best vocals. Yeah, so again, there's the screaming in the background. I'm not the biggest fan of the screaming. I don't think he does it very well at all. The instruments here on this breakdown is actually really good. I really don't like these vocals. These don't, no. Oh, God, that sounds awful. I hate that. Oh, I hate those vocals. That does not sound good, like, at all. God damn. Screaming is just not good. I like that cutoff to just go back into them. I like the cutoff that goes right back in the acoustic with the nice decrescendo out. Yeah, so that's just kind of what my thoughts are on this song right here, right? So, yeah, we'll that was good. I think the song's good. I think we just found out why. Um, that was fun. That was a fun little find out there, right? I thought I'd point it out. I've always thought it sounded like it. I've never cared enough to really go look and see why. Song I think just straight up took the same exact fucking rhythm with the same exact idea, right? No, I noticed that. But yeah, no, I think that's gonna do for this song. I think we are now gonna go into the next song, Walking Dead Man. Alright, the next one here is Walking Dead Man. Let's just get into it. I'm gonna listen now.
Coke off of the mattress, mirror show the sadness descending.
Okay, acoustic guitar is nice. Again, using it emotionally. I like the backing vocals being added on there. I like his lower registry singing a lot.
One black eye and bullet holes. Mom, I've never been better. Dirty hair and torn up clothes. Mom, I'm so put together.
The instruments aren't exactly in your face. I think it's a bit quick into it. I like this bit. It's actually pretty nice. Ooh, that's nice. I like the silence into the chorus here. Yeah, that's nice. That's a little bit of a pandering vocal there. I like that he does it twice. I think doing that multiple times is pretty good. His vocals on this song are probably the best out of any song I've listened to so far through this video. I'm going to tell you that right now, and I think it's just because he's on the lower registry. This part's a little pandering, just kind of add to the song a little bit, make sure it makes it to get to 3 minutes, I guess. I don't know. I like the small build-up with the drums. Nothing too complicated, just simple. Yeah, that was nice. I like the little softer end there. Okay, I don't remember why I remember that song being so in your face. It's not as in your face as I remember. Whoops, I guess. All right, let's go back in. So this section here, I really like the acoustic guitar in it, right? So like if I were to go into it, it's a basic chord progression, but it kind of lets the instrument stay in the background. Songs that are extremely emotional like this, I think are best when they stay in the background of the song, right? Something I think 6 Seconds did great, and something I think here is doing wonderful as well. The backing vocals there are great, I think. Back a second. I like the chorus of backing vocals there, right? I mean, it's all him, right? It's all the one guy, but that's what feels like, right? And then I think what they didn't want the song to do was drag, because I think you can only do that for so long. I think 6 Seconds Left found a way to make it not drag, but this one, I feel like you needed to kind of get into a little bit more of a heavier riff quicker, because I don't know how he could have done this without making it drag for too long, right? So it's why I'm not mad at the drums coming in this quick. And they keep it simple. I love when he keeps it simple. I do think instruments in his songs can get overcomplicated sometimes, specifically on the drums with the fills that they do every once in a while. So I think keeping it simple is great. I love when he keeps it simple on drums. And it's actually a really nice pattern, right? So hold on. So what it is it's a simple do 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 right? So it's boom 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 bum boom 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 ba boom ba boom boom ba boom boom ba, right? I like that. It's actually a nice little drum rhythm. Like skipping the one kick and just going back to the snare and then the kick again. Having the snare on the and is actually it's a really nice rhythm, I think. I really like this drum rhythm on this one. And then when you do the build-up, one thing I've noticed in TX2 songs a lot is when he does build-ups, he does a little bit overcomplication on the drums, right? I like that he keeps it on each quarter note, right? Well, it's every 8th note. And then basic drum beats again. Just the basic, what everyone learns first. Do, da, do, do, da. The guitars really sound nice here. I like how the guitars are not the lead like some TX2 songs are. I like how the guitars are just existing. They're in the back. They add to it over clashing with it. That's the one thing in these two songs I like most. Instead of clashing with each other, they're actually working together the way some of these songs have just kind of clashed. And for most of the song, he keeps a lower registry, which really helps it from clashing against each other. Because I think he's at his best when he's singing in a lower registry, right? This bit, I think, drags. This bit drags a little bit. I think I can go straight into the second verse from there. I think adding these constant I's drags the song a bit too much, I think. Way too much drag with these. Like, it's kind of pandering to me. But but I guess what he's using, because you want the callback later in the song when he does it again. So you want the callback because I think it ends nice with the I, right? Like by itself, but. But I feel like it drags it a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, no, so he keeps this basic rhythm, and it keeps throughout the song, right? Which I really like about it. I think when you're dealing with imagery like this, it lets the lyrics take over more than the music, which I think is the goal you want when you're making a song about the subject matter that the song is making, right? Ooh, that is... I don't like that. Hold on. You hear what's in the background there? It's a little shred bit. I am not a fan. I was just... Like, I didn't hear that on the initial listen through. Here. I'm not a fan of that. I don't know if you can hear it. I can hear it. I also have really loud speakers in front of me. I don't know if you're hearing what I'm hearing at all, but I'm not a fan of that. I'm not liking that at all. Yeah, no, I'm not. It's like some techno thing going on in the back. That clashes a bit with it. Ooh, I don't like that. I've never heard that before. Now I'm hearing it and I hate it. I can't unhear it. Is it in the other... Hold on. Remember 201. No, it's not in here. Yeah, no, it's not in there. It's just here. I don't like that. Ooh, that's not good. My ears want to die listening to that with that. That clashes. I was just telling you how it didn't clash. That clashes with the vibe here. Oh, no, that's not good. That's no good. I don't like that. That really does clash with the vibe. Holy fuck. Oh, wow. Like, I hope you guys are hearing what I'm hearing. This techno thing going on in the background. Oh, now that I've caught it, I hate it. Oh, I hate it so much. This is what I mean when sometimes Evan just wants to add too much. Oh, wow, that's just adding too much. That's complicating what doesn't need to be complicated. Like, that's what I mean by he makes things too complicated. That's complicating something that doesn't need to be so complicated. Oh, I hate that so much. Oh, that's painful. That is painful to listen to. Jesus Christ. So it's gone here, and you're back to the really simplistic stuff. It's a bit off tune on that whoa whoa. I like that. Is it in here too? No, I think I'm just hearing things. I thought I was hearing a ding somewhere in there, but I might just be hearing things now. If it isn't in there, it's subtle enough that it doesn't really hurt anything like I just listened to earlier. So, again, it's pandering. You know what could have happened? You do them... If you just keep it to 3 eyes on the last one, like do 4 eyes, and then you do the 4 eyes here, and the 5th one's the eye with nothing, I feel like it doesn't drag as much. I. Like there. Like, you just do it this way. If you just do these four first eyes and cut it at 246, probably less because you take out the eyes earlier. I think you just do the first 4, it doesn't drag as much. I think it drags so much less if it was just these four. And these songs are already recorded, so I'm just pointing it out for like live performances. If I were Evan, I'd rather just cut some stuff here, right? When I'm playing live, I could probably fit a song in there. If I cut some of the parts that drag in some of these songs, I could probably fit another song. I like the low piano in here on this bit, keeping it quiet. I think that adds a little bit emotion wise. I like that. I really like that bit. Yeah. When I do the really deep breakdown where I'm just kind of pausing every 5 seconds, I hear some things that I didn't hear on the initial through, right? And there are things I like on the second listen, but there are things I hate. You know, and I hate that. But some of these I'm like a really big fan of. I actually really like that little piano bit there. That I didn't really think of when listening initially. You could end the song here. I think you could. Yeah. I think you do this twice. You almost could just end it there. Yeah, no, honestly, I'd rather end it there. Fuck. Yeah, no, that's actually, I'd end it there. I'd do it in another tone at the end, but I'd say it again, and then I'd cut it. I love when songs heavy like this end just off a piano ballad, right? Little piano bit at the end, you know? I think it adds, especially to an emotional song, because the last song, 6 Seconds Left, ended with the acoustic guitar. A little bit of a callback, but I like that it ended soft, right? Like, it lets you end on the soft note. I think this song would definitely work ending on a soft note like that. I think the next 20 seconds are unnecessary. I think a lot is unnecessary in this song. There's a lot of pandering, I think. I think just overdoing it. I think it drags way too much. I think it goes way too long. This song just goes way too long. I like that little guitar bit. I do like that. I think that works. I think the constant I's work better here, just out of the ending bit, right? Yeah, no, that really works, I think, the ending. But I think it could end sooner. I think you could almost shave, I don't know, 30, 40 seconds off this song, and it'd be really good. I think it panders too much. Yeah. I think just general consensus on the two songs. 6 Seconds Left, I think, does really good at getting its message across. We did somewhat find out it might potentially have stolen a little bit from Welcome to the Black Parade. I just was listening and I'm like, wait, that sounded familiar. Just a tiny little bit, right? I think that song's pretty good. I think it does everything well. I think it paces itself well. Right? Like, I'm repeating myself a lot, but that's just because when I really like something or really don't like something, I like just reminding, you know, or at least just pointing it out. You have to point out multiple times. Anyone actually understand what you're saying sometimes. And this one, I think it just goes on too long. Like, way too long. I think there are many ways you can shorten this song a little bit and do what you wanted to do. But yeah. All right. I think we're done listening now. So, I think a lot of the time when people dislike TX2, they listen to just the one song and don't listen to the others. But I do want to talk about something about this specific song choice that I thought was interesting while researching or, you know, going through writing this video, because there are just things that happen when you're writing a video about an active artist, right? And I think one thing, I was too busy trying to get rid of gatekeepers that kind of appear when it comes to this stuff, telling him to stop making music. Oh, you're fucking shit. You're a poser. Yada, yada, yada. Like the gatekeeping community of sorts. But I didn't really care to think about other parts that this guy could be affecting when initially writing it. And that's because I just don't see his skits very often. And while researching this video, I started seeing his skits a little bit more often. And the one thing he does a lot in some of his skits is he will make videos turning subject material like suicides and self-harm into a joke. In a similar meaning of what MGK kind of does every once in a while, or in any way that any poser emo has. And one thing is, I think Evan uses these jokes as a way to cope, but I think what Evan doesn't understand is it's not funny, and it looks disheartening. Not everyone copes in the same way that you do. I personally, when it comes to some self-harm, when in my own personal stuff, when it comes to my personal emotions, will use jokes as a coping mechanism. Online, I'll use them as a coping mechanism. And sometimes I have to watch myself because not everyone views it as a joke. And I understand why. These are people that, when it comes to the subject material, are very, very deeply, how do I put it? Are very deeply affected by stuff like this, right? So they take you making a joke out of it as you thinking suicide is a joke, as you thinking self-harm is a joke. And I don't want to victimize those people into saying you're wrong so he can make the jokes he wants to make. Because I think in more reality, who is to blame is Evan himself. Because there was, and this is where I think the, Kyle Gordon getting love from the community needs to stop a little bit, because Kyle Gordon was part of one of these videos. I'd like to remind you. I don't know if I'll ever find it. If I do, I'll place it right here in the video. I'll write a text if I couldn't find it or not, but I'm going to go searching for it. Where it's a joke about Evan. Oh, he's not going to jump. He's a poser. He's not going to jump. And it's making a joke out of suicide. And when I first saw this skit, it definitely rubbed me the wrong way. And one thing that I've learned is Kyle Gordon made a song that was like a joke song where he clearly did his research on the scene and made a fairly decent song joking with it. But he was still part of this video. I'd like to remind you guys, he was part of this video almost mocking suicide. That sure, Evan written, but he looked at what Evan written and took part in it. I do want to remind you guys of this. Not to hate on Kyle or anything, but it's something that came out while these two songs were coming out. And I think these two songs' subject material would be hated less if Evan didn't treat it in his skits like a fucking joke. And this is something that right now I'm struggling to really speak on because it does touch me emotionally, because it angers me. It angers me a lot when TX2 makes a joke about self-harm, yet wants you to take his music about self-harm seriously. Because we went through I Would Hate Me Too, right? And I was going to bring this up originally through that one. But I thought, let's get to these ones first, right? Before I make comment. The one thing, this does make me angry. This is something that upsets me. And while yes, I make jokes about it, I try and make sure that I'm not going to be insensitive about it. If I made a joke about it and people didn't like it, I'd stop. It's as simple as that. Instead, what you see is Evan almost blame the person who didn't like the joke over blaming himself over making the joke that are making people feel uncomfortable. And later in the video, I have a full section where I talk about issues like this with him that includes so much more than just self-harm and includes a lot of other topics. I just thought it needed to go here. My personal feelings about this specific topic that will be continued over when we move on past this next music listening, because we still got one more section left of music listening. But I just wanted to say this. If you want your music about your trauma to be taken seriously, because music has been written to deal with trauma before, you need to stop making jokes and skits about that subject material, because that's what gives you the bad name. I'm not some PR guy. I never claim to be one, but I think this is a fairly simple understanding that you should not be using it as a joke to then promote your music. And the reason why some of these scripted portions lose the script is because what I've been talking about in this video has been emotional for me in some of these spots, like this one right here. Because I can't fully do what you expect out of a video essay creator, to be calm, go through it just fine, you know? It's kind of read off a script like it's nothing. These are topics that do affect me, especially this one we're on about right now. And it just actually does anger me when he makes these jokes. Please stop making the jokes. And out of just a basic PR understanding, if I take my emotions out of it, people will have emotions over it. If you want people to take your music seriously, Evan, you gotta stop treating the subject material in your TikToks as if it's a fucking joke. Because it's not a joke to those people. But I think what we're going to need to do is we're going to have to, I think after this, I want to move on to a much more light-hearted, funny, little bit cringe section. He made some songs based on some of his sexual life. So let's get into those songs, eh?
I've been a sex addict since 17, and I don't plan on changing soon. I'll plant my seed and anything 23 or older in this room.
Up next are two songs that are pretty much about Evan's sex life almost. Roll Let's Talk About Sex meme now. So a lot of people don't like some of the sexual nature of his songs. I mean, I get that, but the All-American Rejects have existed for a long time. AC/DC, all them. AC/DC we'll get back to when I'm actually listening to the songs. I'm going to point something very sadly out. He is stolen. I'm going to say stolen because he's done it twice. He hasn't just sampled, he's done it twice with AC/DC at this point. Just straight up just copying the riff. But we'll get into that in a second. A lot of the cases it's sampling, I think he's just straight up stolen from AC/DC at this point because he's done it twice. You can figure out what the first one was on TikTok if you just look it up. I thought he only did it once as like a sample. He's done it twice. But yeah, I mean, rock. Some of the male emo creators have always been sexual in nature with it, with how they go, but they don't fetishize a specific group, and that's kind of where some of TX2's issues come from. But I think I'm gonna save that for the little rant ending I'm going to have. Because these songs don't really do the fetishization of a specific group of people in my eyes, right? but he does it. I think it's fair to say he does it. I just don't think it's in these songs. I think in these songs, it's a little different. He doesn't directly call it a specific group of people, right? The way he does in some TikToks, and we'll get to it later, right? So I don't think that's gonna fit here at all. Before anyone is already starting to comment, well, he does the fetishization actually, so that's where the problem lies in. I am aware. It's just not these songs. We're talking about these specific songs, all right? So, yeah, I think sexual nature in music is normal. I don't think it's something that should be taken out. I don't think it's something that should be hated on. I think anyone that does is somewhat dumb. I'm sorry. Because it's, especially if it's a personal sex life thing. I get people claim he's targeted towards kids, and he makes the claim himself in one of his songs, as we mentioned. But I mean, the emo scene's been around since the 90s almost. So I think a lot of people who listen to this style of music is also adults now, like in their 30s. And again, the All American Rejects existed back in the 2000s, and teens were listening to them just fine. And they had songs of the such. AC/DC had songs of the such in the rock scene, right? Because some of these songs are actually directed towards hard rock as well. It's not just emo, one of these two songs. So yeah, I think we're going to go and listen to the songs now. Hey, how about it? All right, coming up here on the listening is going to be TX2's Sex Cells and Degrade Me. These songs are sexual in nature. If you do not like songs like this, you can skip to the end of this. I will hopefully have chapters on this video. So let's just get into it. You know the drill by now. Let's go. The instrumentals are fun. AC/DC like. I thought he straight up stole the riff, but I'm a little bit wrong. He didn't straight up steal the riff from Dirty Deeds done. God, these lyrics are great, man. No, this is just straight up a riff stolen from Dirty Deeds done cheap. Ooh, cowbell. It's really depressing too, though. Ooh. Oh, I hate that. Oh, God. But at least the dog still gets his bone. Give me that fucking bone. Oh, I feel so bad for laughing at it though. Oh dear. Oh. Oh, I hate that. Oh, wow. That was terrible. Oh, wow. No, that vocal line was terrible. I don't know if that guitar should be there. I don't know how to break this down without laughing. Oh, wow. When I said cringe, I meant it, by the way. I meant it. All right. I like the beginning riff here. It kind of gives that hard rock vibe, right? So, but it's almost, it's just straight up taken from AC/DC. I think it's this. God, you fucking ad. Once. All right, now we're out of that dumbass ad. Let's try that again. Okay, this is not the exact same, but I don't remember. Maybe it's a different AC/DC song I'm thinking, but I swear I've heard that riff in an AC/DC song before. All right. Thanks, Evan. His vocals are very loud, and I'm not the biggest fan right now of that at all. That's weird. Some of the production choices in this song are not the best. Bit off. That vocal was not in tune at all there, and that is definitely a lyric. This song is a giant sex addict trauma dump, that's for sure. I don't like the production on this one. I'm not the biggest fan of that choice at all. I hate that choice. In use there, making that radio-like voice. I'm not. Ooh, I hate that. I'm not the biggest fan of this chorus. Normally, Evan has pretty decent and catchy choruses. This one just doesn't hit the same. The structure is not. I'm not the biggest fan of the structure. I was too busy laughing at the lyrics to really make comment on it, but I'm not the biggest fan of the structure of this song, that's for sure. Yeah, something, it just doesn't hit right. I mean, if someone can tell me why it doesn't hit for them, I could relate to it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. What specifically? Because I've listened to songs similar in structure and been fine. It might be the implementation of with the instruments in this one. I don't know. There's just something not right. It's not catchy. It doesn't make me like it at all. And I'm more laughing at the lyrics at this point than anything if I were listening to this daily. That bit, okay, that was okay. That bit I liked a little bit, yeah. I'm not a fan of these vocals. I'm a fan of that cowbell, though. Let me tell you about cowbells, alright? You need more of them. And I would totally do a gag where I pull out a cowbell, but it isn't with me. And I'm now really depressed about that fact. God, that would have been such a good joke. God fucking damn it. Why didn't I bring my cowbell? I mean, I said before that I personally, if you're going to trauma dump it, better be in music and nothing else. I don't know. It feels overdone. It's like the entire song. I'm not a biggest fan of that vocal line there. It's a lot of these vocals are very out of tune. Like completely out of tune here with the rest of the song. I'm not a biggest fan of that background track right there. There are some production choices that I think really kill it. Some things that make me disinterested, right? What was that? Why did it need that backing vocal? What's the point? It's not good. That backing vocal's fucking awful. Just listen to it again if you're not hearing it. Just listen really closely to In Bloom. I'll be quiet for a minute here so you can hear it. It's a little bit off key. And I'm not the biggest fan of it at all. Ooh, I hate it. That is something I'm actually extremely hateful of in this song. And then it just kind of goes back into the court. I think these cut-off transitions he's gotten better at as his career progressed. Because we are way back now. Like, we were going through the future of his career, and now for this section, the way it's been placed, he went backwards in time a little bit. I think it really shows that he has gotten better over time. There's just some choices in here, man, that aren't good. I like, in this era, he did make drums a little too overcomplicated sometimes. I like that he kept the non-complicated, very simple beat for this one. The vocals just aren't it, man. All right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to say when it comes to these sections because all I can just hear is off-key vocals. I'm not... Oh, God, I hate these vocals. No. I get he's trying to make a moaning sound, but no. No, it does not sound good with it. Whoa! Hello, guitar solo. Jesus Christ. That was some nice shreds. It actually sounds like it's in some type of scale, unlike some other solos that have happened on this guy's songs. Cool. You're a douche. I mean, maybe you're meant to laugh. I don't see that as a good fucking part of the song. That sounds terrible with it. I don't like that. No. Maybe you're supposed to laugh. Maybe that's the point. But I just find it stupid and funny and cringe and everything above. All the above. But also at the same time, I feel bad for laughing at parts of the song because, again, he's talking about a lot of trauma, though it is just all trauma dump in this song. Wow. All right. Yeah. I mean, it probably wasn't the point, but this does feel like glorifying, like this is a good thing to do. I mean, you make your choices, man. But don't tell people it's good. Do it for themselves. That's kind of what this sounds like. I'm sorry. I like that little drum bit, little double kick. Not double kick as in two kicks. More of a heel toe double stroke. I don't like that. Ooh, no. That was way too high of a registry for a song like this. Way too high of a registry for a song like this. Nope. Didn't like that one bit. And then, yeah. There's the cowbell again. I mean, I said I like that a little bit on the guitar. Now I don't. That sounds ear bleeding. Yeah, no. The general consensus, the song is very cringe. It's kind of funny. I feel bad for laughing at it, but at the same time, like, maybe make the song good. It's not a good song. Oh, wow. That might be the worst one I've listened to. And I listened to I Would Hate Me Too. That might be worse. That legitimately might be worse. let's go into the next song. Whoops. All right, next song here is Degrade Me, so let's just get into it, eh? Your foot is not within the beat there, buddy. Right, we're not supposed to pause you yet. I like the hard rock riff. Yeah. Don't like these lyrics. No, I don't like his vocals. The lyrics are fine. There's definitely things to be desired in the vocal ability here. His voice just doesn't fit with hard rock, in my opinion. I really love the instrumentals, though. God, someone please don't tell me it's straight up stolen. Please leave me in ignorant bliss. Ooh, I like that guitar solo there, for sure. I like that. Oh, it's a long solo. Alright, it's actually not bad at all. One of my favorite solos so far, for sure. Definitely a choice of production. Not as bad as the last song, though. No. Not a fan of that. Not at all. That's not good. Meh. Alright, we're gonna go through that. Some bits, it's okay. I wouldn't say it's as bad as the last song, but I wouldn't say it's as good as some of his other songs. I want to go in this opening bit here, though. Your foot is not tapping with the beat, buddy. By the way, I feel like that's what's being attempted there, but it's just not. I like this opening riff. It's actually it's nice, dark, heavy. I like that. It's good entrance. It gets me interested. Yeah. I like the drum riff though. When it comes to hard rock, it's basically just that every time. I'm not the biggest fan of these opening vocals. I think they get better as the song goes on. I think they get weaker again at the end, though. I'm not the biggest fan of the opening vocals here, though, at all. It's a bit out of tune. I think is the best way to put it, right? So yeah, I'm not the biggest fan here. That part, I think, is where the vocals kind of fix themselves, and then the rest of this is actually pretty good. And then it goes back into that riff, little callback to the riff, right? Because it's the mainstay riff that goes through the song a lot. Pretty good. Vocals kind of fix themselves out a little bit. It sounds better. When you're at the beginning, you're kind of wanting to get hooked. You're maybe not paying attention enough, right? So at this point, you are maybe paying a little bit of attention, and it's definitely better. And it gets weaker again, but I think it's better here than at the beginning somewhat. I'm sort of realizing that his vocals just from both these songs just doesn't fit with the genre of hard rock at all. I just don't think it fits. That's just me, of course. Yeah. So it's pretty similar all the way around. All of it's the same. It's the oh god. Poor Cam. In the background, the fucking double chin. No, I'm not. I'm one to fucking talk right now. The vocals are meh. I don't hate them, but I also don't like them. I'm just kind of in between on them. I love the instrumental of this song. I like hard rock a lot in general, but I think they do it really well on the instruments here. His vocals just doesn't fit with the genre, I think. I think that's one of the biggest issues with these two songs specifically, right? I like this little build up, right? So that's a nice build up, and then entrance. This solo is really good. Cam can shred. The solo is actually really good. I really like this solo, like a lot. Big fan. It goes on a bit longer, yeah. One second. I don't talk about the music videos a lot, but look in the back. Look at the drummer. He just stops. What's going on there? Do you... It just stops. Good? These people don't know how to act in the music video, I guess. I'm not the biggest fan of that production choice. I mean, it's somewhat better than the production choice of the last one, but I'm not the biggest fan of the deeper vocals in that bit right there. Like, it's just not good in my eyes at all. That's not how you play that bit. Feels like you're trying to kill your back by doing that. Yeah, I mean, the chorus is actually much more catchy. Really good at choruses. I think through listening through all this, I mean, by now I'm a little bit tired of listening to this guy's voice so much. I'm gonna be honest. Oh God. You're now seeing me in fucking I hate myself for doing this mode through this last section. I just want to get this over with. I'm not doing the best with trying to talk about how I'm feeling about specific things because I just don't. I'm tired of hearing his voice. I gotta be honest. I don't think I'm ever gonna listen to a song of his until his next album release that he claims is coming. I'm not the biggest fan of the. I'm not. This is out of tune. Very out of tune. It feels flat. It feels very flat right there. It feels very. The vocals feel very flat with the rest of what's happening here. You know. The screaming's a little bit better here. It still feels a little forced. I think that's too high pitch for the song that it is. And you're back to that other thing, and then nice little drum fill ends it out. Yeah, this song, my general consensus on this song specifically is it does very good at being a hard rock song, but it also, Evan's vocals just don't work. And I think that's my general consensus with both these. The instrumentals in both of these are pretty good, in my opinion. I think the vocals just really kill both these songs. I don't think Evan's voice is truly made for hard rock music. Kind of my discovery through this. It could be that, or I've been doing this for so long that I'm just tired of hearing the guy's voice, right? So, yeah. I think I'm... This is the final music listening section. I think I'm officially done. Holy fuck, I'm finally done. I'm free. I'm free! These songs have a very sexual nature to them, and the way that it just feels is fine. But I think I've talked about most how I feel about the songs at the beginning bit. So I'm just going to kind of transition us into this next section. I do, as you have kind of probably could tell through all the music listening sections, through the way I kind of talked throughout this video, have my own very deep issues with TX2. The very opening of this video is me expressing some of those problems, but I think I'm about to go into deep detail of why I really just don't like TX2 as a person. I think the person is terrible, and I think it's time I finally start talking about that. So, when starting this video, one thing that needed to be remembered was narrative. What was the narrative? When this video started, it was out of defense of TX2. But, fortunately, recently, TX2 has just done some things. And frankly, they frankly fucking disappoint me, bro. So, the narrative had to change. It really did. And I played around with it. I'm like, okay, what does mean that could change? What if the narrative is, hey, this is a guy I think can change, I just think he's making a lot of bad moves. But, to be real with you, making this video has been hard because of how active he is. There has always been a new drama of some sort that's just kind of existed through his time that I've been making this video. One person that is taking the brunt of this drama is someone named Lake or Vampire Bites. They're on TikTok. They made a video. What I'm about to play to you right now is that full video. Here it is right now.
To put it bluntly, TX2, Yaim, Caroline, MGK are the gimmick without the substance. They're trying to achieve the emo gimmick, they're trying to use stereotypes to get famous, to get popular, and they use fetishization to get popular. It's the gimmick without the history, without the substance. They dye their hair and wear eyeliner and buy from Dolls Kill, and that's enough to get them where they are. They've got the gimmick, but they don't have any fucking substance. Kyle Gordon, however, has substance. He did his research. That's what the difference is. So, in Kyle Gordon's song, it's funny. You could tell that he listened to a lot of early 2000s post-hardcore, emo, screamo type of music to get the jokes that he has and make them actually funny because there's a history behind them. There's substance to it. And the stereotypes that Kyle Gordon brings up aren't harmful at all. They're funny. It's giving, like, Hawthorne Heights, cut my wrist and black my eyes. You know what I mean? It's making a funny observation about the music without taking the substance away from it. Without turning it into a 2D, flat, like, depthless thing. You know what I mean? Like, just to profit off of. I would also like to bring up a very important fact that Kyle Gordon did not write one lyric about cutting, about self-harm in general or suicide, or about goth dommy mommies, or I'm in love with an emo girl. And that right there is the difference as to why Kyle Gordon's song about stereotypes is hilarious and tasteful and well written, while TX2, Yeah, I'm Caroline, and MGK are fucking posers using harmful stereotypes to profit off of the genre instead of actually having any substance and actually becoming part of the genre. For them, it's just a way to get in. It's just a way to get famous. It's just a guise. It's just a way to make money so that people who don't listen to emo music, people who aren't aware of the emo roots, like post-hardcore, hardcore screamo, things like that, they see this and they think, oh my god, he's singing about cutting, that's so emo. While Kyle Gordon is singing about things, he's parodying things from actual early 2000s screamo, early 2000s post-hardcore and rock, and it shows. He did his fucking research, and that's why it's so good. TX2, MGK, and Yeah, I'm Caroline try so fucking hard to be part of the emo genre and fail every single time, while Kyle Gordon took one hit and fucking swung across the fucking park, dude. Home fucking run. He nailed it because he cares. Because he's not just trying to profit off of emo culture. He's not just trying to profit off of suicidal kids. He's not just trying to profit off of fetishization. Because all emo is nowadays, all the term emo and goth are, is another keyword you can type into Pornhub for most people. And no one actually gives a shit anymore. So Kyle Gordon, we love you, we appreciate you, you fucking killed it, you wrote a great, hilarious fucking song that will be going in my post-hardcore playlist on Spotify. I don't give a fuck, it's great, I love you, you're awesome. Mwah, keep slaying. Also, if I need to hear TX2 talk about goth dommy mommies one more time, I'm shooting myself. I'm going to shoot myself if I have to hear that one more fucking time.
That video right there. It's a valid opinion. I have stated I disagree with some of it to Vampire Bites or Lake themselves. They have been a great person to kind of talk to as I've been kind of learning more about TX2 as a person for this specific point of the video. So they're a sweet person. Great to talk to. And I even asked them if they were down to join the eventual MCR album ranking, as what they do on TikTok is MCR stuff. Mansplaining MCR songs. They're great. So I can't wait to work out a way to get them involved with the MCR album ranking I want to do. It's not going to be for a while, though, so don't worry, guys. You're not going to miss much for now. But they're great. They don't deserve the drama they're in. And on top of that, they don't want to be in it. By their own quote, having some conversation. What they did was they made an observation off of the history they learned of the emo community and made an observation about TX2 being a guy that clearly does not want to learn that knowledge and instead uses the harmful stereotypes of emo culture, which is fairly true. He only has used the harmful stereotypes. And that's kind of a part of an issue I've had with him. But also, he released a new song as of this recording. This has been recorded over a full month. Specifically, the full month of March. I have been recording this video. For a very long time, this has been in development. And 4 months ago, I was writing the script, which has changed multiple times. But TX2 should be a good PR man, right? He's on social media a lot. He should know how to respond to criticism if he's going to respond to criticism. Of course, you don't respond to criticism on the internet. That is just rule number 1. But if you respond, you gotta be good at it, right? Here's TX2's response to Lake's video.
I cannot believe somebody said this about me. Listen carefully. This is...
To put it bluntly, TX2, Yan, Caroline, MGK are the gimmick without the substance. They're trying to achieve the emo gimmick. They're trying to use stereotypes to get famous, to get popular, and they use fetishization to get popular. It's the gimmick without the history, without the substance. For them, it's just a way to get in. It's just a way to get famous. It's just a guise. It's just a way to make money. So
I'm about to address this and all of you who make this claim, so hear me out and listen carefully. And I shouldn't even have to tell you this, but as someone who has tried to end their life several times because they thought that there was something wrong with them, who has struggled to come out as bi because he feared the girls would like him less, his family wouldn't understand, and he would lose friends, which all of the above happened, and dealing with much more intense trauma that I cannot even talk about on this app, emo music has been the one place that I have found solace. And you're telling me that I can't write about my own experiences and I can't vent? You say there's no substance, but this is literally trauma I have experienced and I'm venting about in my music. I'm sorry I didn't put enough metaphors in my music for it to feel deep. Also, this is not a recent bandwagon I am hopping on. I've been emo since 5th grade. This is me absolutely ripping a drum solo for an Avenged Sevenfold song in middle school. I know I looked a little different, but I played this in front of my middle school. Also, she is claiming that it is not okay to joke about goth dommy mommies. Who watches this and thinks this is serious or that we ever talk like this? Cam feature.
We're making fun of the people who say goth dommy mommy. We're making fun of the people who fetishize goth and alt people. They deserve to be made fun of. If you want that to go away, you need them.
We have to be able to make jokes about that. For anybody that makes this type of video about me, I ask that you show them this video. I could literally unalive myself on a live stream, and you would still all call me a poser. What more do you people want from me? And you know what? I'm still gonna support you as a content creator, even if you might not support me. I'm sure we have a lot of common ground. I love My Chemical Romance. We could be friends and talk about My Chemical Romance.
Hey guys, editor Sean here. I just kind of wanted to also point out one more thing. Rewatching that, I never remembered that end bit where he talks about, oh, we could be friends. I'm still going to support you as a content creator. I do go into what he did with his most recent song in the video itself, but I think I wanted to point out you did quite the opposite. And in fact, a video that came out just a couple days ago, to the time of this audio recording, you claimed that you wanted to add the goth dommy mommy bit to Vendetta pretty much when this video came out. So clearly you were bullshitting in that statement, and I did just kind of want to point that out. Also, I hope you guys like this little photo I'm using for when I'm going to do these little editor notes here at the end, because I think I have a couple I want to talk about. This response is clearly unnecessary, and it's just a basic trauma dump. One, Lake never even brought up your music, so your talking about music is not what was being mentioned here. It is your antics on TikTok, specifically an antic that I have had issue with myself. It's making fun of the self-harm stereotype, specifically. Well, yes, you make music that is very based on pro-self-help and anti-self-harm and all this kind of things, but then you go ahead and you make a TikTok like this to advertise one of your songs.
Help! That man is on a ledge!
I'm gonna do it! He's not gonna do it!
He's a poser!
Poser! Are you kidding right now?
I'm gonna do it! I'm on a ledge right now! Oh yeah? Name 5 Misfits songs right now! Poser! Okay, you're right. Mom, Dad. Oh, look, he's got a mom and a dad! Clearly he's a poser!
Poser? Oh, wow! He is a poser! You're not gonna do it!
Wait a second! He survived! I told you he was a poser! Poser! You know what, guys? I'm not a poser, and I'll prove it right now. Check out this. Oh, shit! I think he's gonna play a really emo song that he wrote!
He raised his voice at her and she screamed, it's not by
My
choice,
trauma is tingling!
She nodded his head and agreed.
A poser wouldn't be this depressed!
And it's very frustrating to watch that. Because I think I talked about this in the emo section of the video, but I myself am someone who's gone through a lot of issues with self-harm many times through my entire life. And it's just mind-boggling. Watch someone almost make fun of it in a way. By the way, also in that video is Kyle Gordon. I get his song. Sounds good. Sounds like it has the history of emo. I just want to remind you he's part of that video. Love Kyle Gordon. Love his music. But he'll probably move on from it. I'm sure he's going to be fine. But just a reminder for people are on the Kyle Gordon is better than modern day TikTok emos. He was part of the modern day TikTok emo shit. Just don't. Alright? But to use self-harm as a way to defend yourself against a video criticizing you for using jokes like this in your advertising, for using goth dommy mommy bullshit and fetishizing a specific culture, using this as your defense is one of the weakest things I've ever seen in my life. And it's just very hard to watch. Especially coming from someone who started making this video as someone who was looking to defend him. I think I want to go back to what the initial point was here. What was the narrative I wanted to go with? I think I've finally ended up on a narrative. This video, the way I've used it, was to defend specific actions. I think what that needs to be used for is defending future people who want to enter the scene. Future people who want to advertise their music and view TX2 as the only way to gain people seeing you. Right? Like a young impressionable kid later in life wanting to realize this dream of music. And I remember TX2. He was very successful doing it this way. And I want to remind you, that's the issue with TX2. Is he's gonna make a future generation of this culture be like TX2 because they didn't know better, and you can't blame them. And I guess that's part of my narrative for this video, is you see kids doing, don't hate on them if you see kids doing this. You see future musicians, do not hate on them the way you hate on TX2. TX2 knows better. That's why I think it's okay to hate on him the way that people do. But for the next generation of musicians that come from this guy, who might make really good music, who won't just take ideas, take riffs, just steal things from other bands in general, or just try to be another band instead of being themselves, because that's another issue with TX2. But if they want to be themselves in their music, they're going to view the advertising portion of, hey, I got to be like this guy, I got to be like TX2. So I think it's important that we understand what they're going to do, why they're doing it, and not hate on them the way we hate on TX2, but more try and direct them towards where they should go. That's why I think narrative is important. Because I've also realized TX2 is the master of taking the narrative. In every interview I've watched him, it's always been softball questions. He doesn't really get the hard-hitting questions. He gets questions that let him look like a good guy. But he also does things to make himself look like the good guy in general. Let's go back to the video with Lake. And this is going to be the last time I mention Lake. Because they want nothing to do with this anymore. This is my last time I'm going to mention this video. Or anything dealing with it. No, wait. There's going to be two more. This and one more time afterwards. He took a narrative of, I have no substances of it as an emo. I don't know the history. I don't have the substance. And what he did was instead spin it, turning Lake into the poster child of TX2 hate, adding them in his response video. Like, yeah, no, let's go back to that video. Put it on screen. No. Zoom out to the actual page itself. That's Lake's name right there. That's the @ to their TikTok account. Can I get a picture, please, on both sides of their follower accounts? Thank you, future me. You see where an issue's going to lie there? He spun a narrative and instead trauma dumped to villainize Lake and then put their @ in his video, which I don't care if he says he never told them to. He knows that he did by just putting the @ there. On top of that, a new song just dropped. As of the time of recording this, a new song dropped called Vendetta. And in the live streams leading up to this song, I'm going to put some screenshots on the sides here of this conversation on a TikTok comment section. He was begging people on his live stream to @ the person the song was about. Now, if you listen to the song, you're going to end up in this section of the song, and you're going to hear a quote you just heard earlier.
Listen up, we got Johnny 3 Tears from Hollywood on down this track in the hardest breakdown of all time.
So, if I need to hear TX2 talk about goth dommy mommies one more time, I'll shoot myself.
Do it! Fuck
Yes, that quote you just heard in that section of the song was the same quote from Lake's video. Oh my dear God. He made a fucking diss track about someone 2 months after their video released, and that someone, outside of some DMs with me, has never talked about you in any way publicly. How petty does one man have to be? And on top of that, I went in his Discord earlier today. I entered the discussion, new song discussion chat. And Ahmad wonderfully put this in the Discord. And now, I'm going to pretty up, get my little hands going. You're a little bit contradictory there, Mod. But I know you would be. Because I know how the mods act. Oh. Yeah. That was a mod. I made sure to blur out the name. I don't want these people being harassed. Because you know what? I actually don't want them being harassed. So I will find every way possible to keep them from being harassed, Evan. Yeah. Alright, quick editor's note. I also want to point out I did do a little bit of the journalism. I did no actual journalism here. I took the screenshots earlier from the video. You remember the ones of someone saying TX2 was begging to be added. I took those screenshots and had a friend go and put them in the Discord, because if you are from the Discord, you'll know, if you actually went this far, that this video ended up in the TX2 Discord self-promo. And I've been playing this the entire time. I didn't want to get banned by putting those photos in, and I wanted them to take some accountability of the hypocrisy of what that mod said. So I had a friend go and take those screenshots and send them right into the Discord. And yeah, I just wanted to see how they'd respond. Will they take accountability? Will they? No, they didn't. In fact, what they did instead was they deleted the messages within, I don't know, a minute, and then banned them. And then banned anyone they invited in. And I didn't invite anyone else in. I just invited that one person to do that. And it was funny to me, just seeing the hypocrisy truly show. And when they don't have an answer for being called out, they'll disregard you. And then if you do it in a way they can sweep it under the rug, that's what they'll do. That's the difference between what this video might be versus what Lake's video was. They got it to blow up. Fully accident. It's a TikTok algorithm doing its thing. So they couldn't hide it. So they had to come up with some bullshit excuse. If this video doesn't blow up, they can kind of sweep it under the rug as if, hey, maybe we did see it, maybe we didn't. Who cares? It's not popular. No one's going to know. And that's what they kind of do in the Discord here. If they can easily get rid of something real quick that holds them accountable, they'll just get rid of it immediately, sweep it under the rug, and act like it was never there. Which is funny to me. But no, it was there. It's now permanently there on the internet for you to see. Because I just shared it. Oh no, whoop-de-doo. Holy shit. You got fucking got. Now that we're moving away from this, I want to talk about these mods a little bit in the Discord, because they continue this narrative pushing. I came across a TikTok by a guy, I don't remember the name right now. On the TikTok I'm about to show you, I will make sure his name's in the corner, so you can go to his channel, support his content. He makes some good content as well. He made a video being he was being critical of a video TX2 released of his fry screaming on a Linkin Park song. Here's the video right now.
I've felt this way before. So insecure, crawling in my skin. These wounds, they will not heal. Fear is how I fall, confusing what is real.
I went down into the comments of that TikTok, and I saw someone say, he's just mocking Linkin Park. He doesn't actually like them. He's mocking them. I did not find this true. I have brought my disdain of his fry screaming multiple times throughout this video, I believe. What I believe is he's new. I mean, obviously not new. We saw him fry screaming in songs from 2 years ago. But new enough he doesn't know proper technique. I went into the TX2 Discord because I guess I felt like stewing up drama. I said, I really do not get people that are thinking he's mocking Linkin Park. I think it's just very clearly obvious this guy is fairly new at fry screaming. And who would have thought me taking TX2's side would then get not just attacked by his fans. And his fans I get. His fans, I understand if they were attacking. I'd understand. They have been disillusioned by this man. That is a fact. This man, again, is a very good taker of a narrative. is fans eat that shit up because they're young, impressionable kids. The average age of a TX2 fan is probably around 13 to 16. Young, impressionable people. No adult would listen to this bullshit and think, yeah, that's okay. That's normal. But his mods were in here. And again, all names are going to be blocked out. Because once again, I'm not looking to start a fight. I'm not looking to get people harassed. I'm looking to point out issues with TX2, the artist. I mean, if he gets a few mean comments, so fucking what? He's almost 800,000 followers. He has enough fans. Draw him out. Give a shit if he gets hate comments. He's a much bigger guy than me. He's not going to get much harassment from me. These people have zero platform at all. So I don't want anyone that potentially happens upon this video to just go over and harass people that are strangers. But I do want to point out how they're joining in on the shitty TX2 narrative shit. I'm about to show you some photos of what I was told after saying all that. I'm going to put March of the Gladiators on that because I think it was a fucking clown show. And on top of that, I got a wonderful voice message from one of the mods who claimed to be a close friend of Evan who's known him for a while. After my comments, they left this very nice voice message, not sassy at all. Totally not sassy at all.
Okay, hi. So I'm not here to be an Evan apologist or Evan defender or whatever, because don't get me wrong, end of day, that's my boy. And yeah, Evan's actually taken professional vocal lessons, so Evan does know how to scream. He's just playing around with the sound. Happens a lot. I think this is like the 4th or 5th change I've actually seen from Evan with this sound for as long as I've known him. So this isn't a new thing. It's just Evan being Evan. If I've learned anything from the recent events, we change all the time and we don't even realize how much we actually change. And Evan's just going through that. You know, life happens, things happen in our lives to make it be like, yes, let's change. And it's part of life, babes. It might be hard for some of us to grasp, but Evan's just doing his own thing at the end of the day. And as friends, fans, whatever you want to call yourself, you know, we are just here to support my little dude.
I'm sorry. You care to explain why any of that mattered? One, I am no longer a fan of TX2 after everything that's gone down. But you want to know something I am going to tell you, Mod? You are clearly not a fan or friend of his either. If you believe, truly believe, his fry voice is fine, he's just messing with things. Oh, honey, it's just life changing. I get some of us don't handle that. His voice is going to die. And I think a lot of people are really going to be happy when it does. He does not use proper technique. Not at all. Zero. Nilch. He sounds like a noob when it comes to fry screaming. So, why are we perpetuating it? Why are we yes-manning it? Right, because I know what you are. You are part of the yes-manning narrative that TX2 is in fact the good guy, not the bad guy. I opened up this video saying he was an egotistical maniac, and that everything I said in the script bits were written before I filmed that, because it's true. I did not see the egotistical, sad man-child that TX2 was. Now, I won't say I got into his trap like others have, and I truly feel bad for them. I did get swindled a little bit, and you're going to see that later in the video when I react to, at the time, what was his newest song, So Numb. The reason I seem mad is because I am. Because I've now talked to someone who has directly become the poster child, directly became the #1 person that is meant for the hatred of TX2, the bad guys. Because TX2 is an egomaniacal, fucking hero complex loser. If he's not the good guy, oh dear, I better fix the narrative so that I am. So what does he do? He will use his fan base to attack you. That is a fact. His fan base will be used to attack you. And if this video blows up, somehow, some way, I'm sure he'll try to do the same with me. If he does, I'm going to be proven right. And I'm going to put this out. I'm going to put this out there. TX2. If someone blows up, and you see this video, for even if you stayed all multi-hours of it, I know what you're going to want. You're going to want a narrative that fits you. You're going to want a hero complex your way out of it again. Because that's all you ever want. There's a very low chance it does blow up and you do see this. But if you do, prove you're not the hero complex bitch that I think you are. Have a sit down with me, one-on-one. Let me actually ask you hard questions. No softballs, hard questions that I want you to personally answer. If this goes the way I think it will, if I somehow get this video to blow up, he is going to want to hero complex his way out of this. He's going to cherry pick specific parts of this video to make me look like the bad guy. There's 800,000 follower audience. And say he does want to accept to an interview. The moment I get to ask a single question he knows he cannot answer with a good guy answer, he's going to get pissed off. He's going to leave. He's going to give me content. TX2 is also a content whore. Something I don't want to be. But in this case, you know what? Fuck it. If you want to profit off of the people, I'm not going to make money off of this. I'm nowhere near big enough to make money of this. I'm going to profit out of popularity out of you. In reality, my goal here, point out the evils of TX2 at this point. He's done everything wrong. And I think Vendetta, his most recent song, truly proves this point for me. As with So Numb, the advertising was, well, advertising a song about loss. And the song came out. Be good. Vendetta's advertising, and before I get into Vendetta's advertising, he's not fairly disliked. Sure, he gets a hate comment here or there, but he's not getting completely bullied the way he does with his other things. But he does this. And what happens? He starts rage baiting again. Makes a diss track on someone who made a video on him 2 months ago, who's never talked about him in any public forum since. Used his bass player, Corky, for the audio for it, involving her. How far does it have to go until we stop giving this guy attention? He's been nothing but ill for the emo culture. And personally, I want him gone. I want what happened to MGK in the rap scene with Eminem to happen here in the emo scene eventually with some popular emo that finally calls him out on some bullshit. I guess one reason I'm really pissed at his actions through the last month is because I came into this video wanting to defend him. Wanting to treat him as someone fair, as someone who cares about this community. Instead, I got nothing. Instead, I got egg in my face when I was writing this video off of his actions. I truly don't exactly know how to put it sometimes. Just kind of the aggravation I've had with this creator. And one thing is, even if this blows up, and I can actually get that one-on-one, after that one-on-one, I just want to stop talking about this guy. I have videos I want to get to. I want to talk about Green Day's career revitalization with their new album. I want to rank albums of MCR with someone who really knows MCR and is a great fucking person. I want to rank my favorite band of the last year, Ghosts albums. Instead of doing all this, even though the MCR opportunity wouldn't have come without this, of course. Thanks, TX2, I guess. I really do like Lake's videos. Please go to that channel. It's really good, along with everyone else here. I love all of the content of everyone that isn't named TX2 I put in this video. They are all great people. But here's the thing. I guess it's time to really close out this video. I think I've had this rant section for a long time. I think fully that I'm done. I think I'm done with this, man. I think I'm done with everything. If I can get that interview, that's great. If I don't, if this doesn't blow up, it does shitty. Say it doesn't reach what I want it to reach. Which I'm going to try and find ways it doesn't. I'm going to advertise on TikTok. You probably came here from TikTok. I'm going to do everything I can to make this video do well. Because one, I spent a lot of time on it, and I really want this video to do well. If it doesn't blow up, I'm truly going to be somewhat upset. Because I put a lot of work into this for a guy I don't even like. But I hope it blows up just in to get this one-on-one. Because one of my goals is I want to show the true colors of this man. I want to show the true colors of an evil, maniacal asshole who cares about no one but his own popularity. If he could, so Cam, Corky, Sam here, he'd drop you in a minute. If you were a reason he can't gain popularity, I do believe he'd drop you within a second as his musicians. And TX2 may say, well, he's making up bullshit. I wouldn't do that. Fucking prove it. Fucking prove you wouldn't. Because you've done nothing to prove to me you care about anyone around you. You've proven to me you care about the people that help you become popular. It all just kind of happens. You made one video about Kyle Gordon after his music released, but oh my god, his music's being used as a way to hate you? You've not talked about it, ever. You don't even have Kyle Gordon in your videos anymore. And normally when you have people that are chronically online, you have multiple times you're with them. It's almost like people that more bring people that dislike you come in. You move away from them and use the dislike as your advertising instead of the people you know. I feel like I've rambled on a bit. I've gone off script for this section because when I was writing it, I realized I might have to. Because there's just so much that goes on. This man has done nothing but actually somewhat stress me with this video. I'm not going to blame him for that. This was my own making. This was my own choice. But in the end, I think no matter what happens with this video, I'm going to be happy with my choice. I think I'm fully going to be happy. Because here's the thing. If I can get 2 people to change their minds on this man, that's 2 more people that won't put up with this shit. And sure, there's 800,000 people that will put up with this shit. But that's at least 2 people that have seen how bad this guy has become. I can make it multiple people. I have realized through my time going through this guy's career, I want to do a career breakdown. And I guess this part is taken away, the career breakdown part. I'll do a career breakdown. He has a cycle. He does something that people won't like. He starts rage baiting those people into liking his music. He's threatening to release music, basically. But then he does, after that, something to try and put some hooks in the people to stay with them, to make them feel like he's the good guy by, I don't know, making songs about pro-LGBTQ things, like Randy McNally calling out politicians, something, doing stuff that would probably get him favored in a community full of anti-fascist, pro-left, anti-right-wing people, including myself, which is how he got his hooks in on me somewhat liking his stuff, thinking, oh, this guy maybe not be so bad. But then does something to rage bait again. And I've sort of realized this is what he does. Makes song that no one likes, rage baits the people that don't like them, gets popular off the rage baiting, makes songs people will like or people will agree with, stops rage baiting people in his own community, and then goes back to rage baiting. You look at this cycle. You had I Would Hate Me Too, and then the political songs. And then after the political songs, you had some emo songs like 6 Seconds Left, where people could feel with him. And then you get Black Wedding. The people don't like Black Wedding because it's clearly copying a specific riff from Get Scared, Sarcasm. People hate him again. He starts rage baiting again. He starts making shitty goth dommy mommy jokes or self-harm jokes to advertise Black Wedding. People dislike him more. He continues rage baiting. Oh, here we go. He stops rage baiting. He's now talking about loss. Loss of family members, friends. It makes a pretty good song in So Numb. And then, oh, here we go again. Play this TikTok for a minute.
Wait, fuck that! Are you ready for me to change the rock and metal scene again? Because I've seen all of your comments, I've seen all of your videos, but you have no idea what is coming tomorrow. The hardest rock song of all time. And if you call yourself a metalhead or a hardcore fan, you're an absolute if you don't listen to this song tomorrow. What, are you afraid I'm gonna make something you actually like for once? Tell it to the hundreds and thousands of people who actually get it. We teamed up with one of the members of your favorite bands and in the emo scene legends to make the hardest rock song of all time. And if you want to...
Yeah. He starts rage baiting again. Stop the fucking rage baiting! It's a cycle. In fact, that TikTok is where I broke. Here, I'm going to put, I think, right here, is an Instagram story. Yeah. That's my Instagram story. On my private Instagram, only my friends get, so don't fucking ask for it. If you don't understand what it's saying, because I don't understand what it's saying, I was so mad at this TikTok, I did not fully articulate what I was trying to say. Has decent advertising about loss, and releases a somewhat good song. Goes back to rage baiting. Do you not actually like being liked? Get a fucking grip, man. And that story, to this day, is still how I mean, I guess it was like 3 days ago, at time of recording. That story, still, is my opinion. Get a fucking grip. People didn't hate you for a week. Because you made a good song, and you advertised it the way it should have been. Instead, now you've released this shitty hardcore schlop, and rage bait it, in your advertising. I don't understand it sometimes. I really don't. Sometimes it's just, I guess, don't really believe in people you think can change or are showing signs of change. I guess that's my main takeaway now. Fun fact, I'm now 0 for 2 on people's careers I thought would be good, and they were actually decent people. This one, KSI. That one doesn't even need to be explained. And then TX2. KSI, I was just young. I didn't know what the fuck I was thinking. He still made decent music at the time, I think. But TX2. With KSI, you can back then see his issues. But TX2, he's so back and forth. That it almost hurts more to have this guy truly show he's never going to change or that he's ever going to be a good person more than KSI. Because with KSI, I was just young. I was dumb. I can understand now. There were signs. With TX2, I'm not as young. I'm not as dumb. But sure, the signs were there. But there were signs he could possibly change. He had the blueprint. I think I'm officially done. If this video blows up, TX2, I want a fucking interview. I want to actually question you. I want you to go through what an actual journalist interview is. Other than that, this video doesn't blow up. I never want to talk about this guy again. The next video you're going to see is probably going to be the MCR album ranking. After this video, that's probably the next one you're going to see. Because hopefully I had released my Ghost album ranking before this video. Not, if I didn't, then Ghost is next. But after this video, you're most likely going to see an MCR album ranking. That's what I'm going to want to talk about again. That's where I'm going to want to go with my content. I no longer want to talk about this guy. Outside of this blows up, and I want a chance at an interview. And also, you're going to see more of, hey, I went to this live show. Here's some cool small bands. I want to do more of those. I want to do that really bad. And I really want to talk about Green Day, a band that gave me my entrance into the punk scene. So, these are the people I want to talk about. People I don't view as bad people. People I actually like. So, TX2, this is my last time I'm saying it. Give me an interview. But other than that, I think I'm officially done. I think I'm done. And I think I'm hanging up the shirt until the MCR album ranking. Then I'll wear it again because 3 cheers for Sweet Revenge. I'm also going to take this tie. One I've been wearing this entire time. Also, up with this shirt. Up with the shirt it goes. That back there is what I've been wearing this entire video until just now. Thank you everybody for watching. To end this video, I reacted to a song that at the time was the brand new song that came out for TX2, So Numb. I did not expect myself to take this long to make this video, so I thought I could at least get this out before Vendetta. I was wrong. The next video, the next portion you're about to see, is the first ever thing I recorded for this video. And it is my first ever live reaction to So Numb. Thank you all for watching. I'm about to peace out.
Went through it
All right. So as I think I say in the video itself, because this is the closing of the video. This is my first time ever listening to this song, ever interacting with this song, and watching this music video. What we're going to do is we're going to listen through all 5 minutes through. Then I'm going to put my thoughts out there. We're going to go through the song. First, we're just going to listen to it all the way through with some comments as it goes. We're just going to go through it all the way through to start here. Then we'll talk about my thoughts. Let's get into it. This is So Numb from TX2. Okay, nice instrumental here. Good chord progression. Pretty pop punk like.
If I said I moved on, if I said I'm fine, that'd be a lie. Fuck. You're stuck on my mind. It doesn't get better. You turned off the lights. You left me a letter, but that wasn't fine. Memories like leather, they last a whole life. I'll never get rid of them. Trust me, I tried. You left a hole right inside my ribcage.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, that's some nice editing on the voice there. Rapping goes well there. One thing I do think he's pretty good at is the rapping with the metal instrumentals. Woo, that was a nice drum solo. Or fill. This is a nice bridge. Fry Scream is still eh. This is a nice section. This is a really nice section right here. That was nice. The chorus is really good, I think. So, one thing. I wanted to continue this because it looks like credits. This is not credits. I know exactly what this is, and I'm gonna tell you guys. If Discord will, oh, that is Discord is a bitch sometimes. Loading up. There it goes. So, lead up to this song. The artist TX2. I've been in their Discord throughout this entire video. And this is what I wanted to see before anything. Here's the announcements. The here's an announcement that was made back in February 20th. The video came out February 27th. If you want to know how late I am, recording this currently, March 9th. And this video is probably coming out much later. So this song came out February 28th. February 28th. Now I'm watching this on March 9th. So I'm already late watching. And you're going to be even later watching this video as it comes out. But on the 20th of February, because they were releasing this 28th, he put on Discord. Do I have a Discord window capture? No, I do not, so I'm just going to put it up. Okay. Wait, that's the wrong thing. I want this. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah. Okay, hold on. My camera's... I gotta close out Opera for a minute. My RAM is currently dying, if I do it that way. So, currently up on screen is the Discord. He put, boom. Next week, February 28th, the new video and song drops. This release is really important to us. It's a song about a few important people in our lives we've lost and about grief overall. For the exes who have also dealt with death or lost any friend/family, we wanted to make a tribute at the end of our next music video, basically a quick in memory to / dedicated to, let's name a you exes who built this movement have lost. If you'd like to put someone's name at the end of the Sonum video as a tribute / immortalized, you can put a name in here. Now, as you see the black screen as I get everything up, I partook in this because I felt like it wasn't a bad thing to do. Still isn't. And the one thing I do say is that ad plays. God, air up? Fuck you. No, get hashtag non-spawn. Get the fuck out of here. The one thing I did say. Okay, please go. Jesus Christ. The one thing I did say was TX2 felt very fake and disconnected from his fandom. I think he fairly proved me wrong with this one a little bit. I'm still going to hold some of those beliefs, but sitting right here, center of the screen, middle name, right here, is the name of my grandfather, who passed in March of last year. And I just feel this is a nice thing I've done. This song is emotional at that. Why I had a little bit of a jump cut sitting there. Because I had to pause the recording for a minute Because one thing he said is you're not guaranteed the name to be in there. So I didn't expect much because this guy has a fandom of over 760,000 people. I mean, the Discord has over hundreds of thousands of people. So I was like, I'll put it there. Maybe it won't be there. Yada, yada, yada. A lot of the drama I've run into with this community was after I already did this. But I've said that he's felt fake towards his fandom. And stuff like this just proves me wrong a little bit. He does seem to genuinely care. And it's really nice to see something like that, especially my own MRB in something like this. As much as the ending of this, before we get into actually reviewing this song, as much as the ending of this video is me kind of dogging on the guy, one thing is I still believe in his career. I think the fan base is a little delusional, but I believe in the guy's career, and I think he does legitimately want to be good at this. I think this song is a huge proof of this, and I also think he wants to feel connected with his community. And something like this really does prove he wants to be connected with his community, which is kind of where I think it feels real to kind of sit here and watch this. Because the one thing I've been doing my entire most life has been following newer music creators. And this has been the most interesting of creators to have followed through. And I think it's just something like this is really nice for a fandom. These are all people. These are all people that people have lost in his fandom. People they put in either probably a pet, like Sissy, either that's a sister or pet. Some of these are probably pet names. Family members, friends are in here. And I think even seeing my own family member in something like this, something that is clearly special even to TX2 because the song has a lot of effort put into it, and I'll get to that when I actually kind of go through the song itself. But to see that, it kind of shows he does care. He does care about his community. He wants to involve his community. And I think he wants to improve as an artist, as all do. And the one thing I think I take from this video, that ending of the video, for anyone who's upset with me over the things I said there, are still here, just finishing out the video because when you get to that part, you're like hours in probably. You just want to finish it out. My complaints about him are more to show how he can get better, how he can improve as an artist, and improve as a person in a scene that views him as an industry plant, that views him as someone trying to mock the genre, to mock the community. I just think stuff like this, I get it's not much to put names here, but he's put, when does this start? This starts at 3:27 and ends at about 5 minutes. That's almost 2 minutes of names they had to put into this. And also just kind of go through an entire film. That does take effort to kind of go through. To put through in here. I think it does put in perspective that you can view him the way you want. To say this is a poser who doesn't care about the specific subculture is false. And I think that is something that's fair to say. Because as I said, the end of this video, I go in on the guy. I voice my displeasures with him. very loudly. But I also understand he isn't what people kind of wish he was. Some poser. Trying to find the words. Some poser industry plant is doing it for the money. I truly do not believe that is what he's here for. I gotta pause the recording again. Kind of just take a minute. And then we're gonna kind of go through the song. Did I forget the pause? I'll just edit that. I just do editing on it. Not what I wanted to open. That was the last thing I wanted to do. Okay. Just check the one last time. Alright. Alright. So now we're gonna actually go through the song itself. I'm gonna critique it just a little bit. So this opening is the chorus. And I think it's a very nice chorus. It's simple. But the one thing about pop punk is you want to keep it simple. Drummers overplaying a little bit. I think keeping it a little more simple here is a better way to go. I think there's a little bit too many of the fills. But this is also, I believe TX2 was a drummer growing up, so it would make sense why the person writing the song would have a lot of cool drum shit in it. But I do think it's a little overplayed. Like, dear God, we're 17 seconds in and I count at least 5 fills already. He's overplaying the fills a little too much in here. I think drums are a bit too much. I think you gotta simplify the drums a little bit on this track. Personally. And then it moves into the verse, which is fairly quiet, which I think does fit what's going on here. Yeah, you can do this written by drummer because the drums are the first thing kind of in there. So I like the toms underneath the quiet synth-like stuff. And then he gets louder. Here's the guitars. This build-up is actually fairly good. I have a little irk and ick with the singing just a tiny bit. at the beginning of this video, they did talk about him not being able to sing in tune. Sometimes that is the case. Here I'm feeling that a little bit. But ooh, those drums are nice. So those drums are a little bit, we go through, a little complicated, but what they're doing is they're trying to keep it background through making the nice complicated rhythm on the hi-hat, which is better than just the 5 fills within the first 17 seconds, because that at least keeps it in the back, makes it sound a little more simplified, and keeps the drums from overplaying a little bit, but you still get those complicated rhythms in there that someone can enjoy. Seems like straight 16ths with and a 1 between the kick and the drums every once in a while. So it's basic. So it's like it's a doom do da doom doom do da. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I'm hearing with 16ths on the hats. Okay, so it's not a doom doom da da da. It's a doom do da da. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes a little sense. And then you have the 16ths on the hats. So it's a bit more of a rhythm. It isn't overplaying. Yeah. I don't think there should be a fill there. That's where a fill should go. That part, this chorus in general is just really nice to me. I really like this chorus. The one thing is they use an actual little bit of auto-tune here. Which, by the way, guys, auto-tune, not a crime to use. And it does make him sound better on the track. The auto-tune makes him sound better, as it should. Obviously, he does have some singing skill when it comes to auto-tune. Auto-tune doesn't just make bad vocals good. You have to still know how to sing, so he still has skill there. It's just every once in a while, he does seem to be singing out of tune, and adding this auto-tune in a little bit is actually helping him here. It's strengthening the vocals, and that's a nice effect on the voice. See, that's where a drum fill should be. That break there. So what you're trying to do when you do a fill like this, you're trying to build into something else. And the drums can make or break a song. The guitars I'm not going to talk about too much, because the guitars have a pretty basic chord progression. It's actually a fairly basic pop punk one specifically. So I don't think I need to talk about them way too much, because they're doing their job. They're being simplistic. But I think what's happening here is you have a little bit overcomplication on the drums. This is an overall good song, but I think the drums are just a bit much, if I'm going to be honest here. Just a little bit too much. Like, you keep this rhythm in the entire chorus and don't have them overplay a little bit, especially at the beginning. Like, here, maybe I wouldn't have as much of an issue. This is a big part of the song. But at the beginning, if you keep this straight rhythm, I think it's going to come out much better. Just in my opinion here. Yeah, the fills make sense there. Fills make sense after the so fucking numb bit. They actually really help the song in those bits. And so far, they haven't been overplaying as much. I think that opening just really took me out a bit with how much the drums really are played. Because this song is being run by 3 things. A basic chord progression on the guitars and the bass. They're basic, but I think that's good for the song. I think it needs to stay a little simplistic. But those aren't driving the song. What's driving the song here is Evan's vocals and the drums. The drums are the clear driver here. And when you have the drums kind of driving your song along, you want your fills to be placed where you have buildups or where they belong, but you want a basic beat going to push it, kind of. So when you have an opening like this, where you're trying to set up what your song's going to sound like for the next minute or two, you want the drums to be a more simplistic beat with a fill entering into the verse. And I think a fill quieting down the song would have actually really worked here. A little decrescendo on a fill, ending with a little hi-hat sound, would actually enter into that verse fairly well. At least in my opinion there. This is good. This actually I like. So the guitars are doing a basic breakdown type thing. So this is kind of entering a breakdown. It's a bridge entering a breakdown of some sort. And I think he's doing a fairly good job here. The drums are doing what I just said they should do in the opening. And they're doing it great here where they should be doing it as well. In driving the song with a simplistic beat, but not doing too much. Yeah. He lets the vocals kind of take the lead here, which he needs to do a lot of times, I think. I think I went back a little too far. Yeah. The rap really works with the driving force of those drums there. I think it helps enhance the rap a little bit there. I mean, again, this chorus is just beautiful. Again, that effect on his voice really works here. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, see what I mean by the fills going into the quiet, though? Kind of decrescendos off a bit. That's what I kind of want the opening to do going into the verse 1. This is a nice build up. The Fry screaming is a no. That's still not good. I don't think he'll really be good until he cuts off doing this more high-pitched thing. I get he wants a style, but if you just cut with this style and do a technical Fry scream, I think it'd sound great. I'm not a fan of the Fry there. Not at all. This is a good part. A nice little more complicated fill would have worked there. But this is an amazing part. A little nice pre-chorus here. That's a fun part. That's a really fun part to enter back into the chorus with. It's really cool. There you go. Yeah. I mean, I think my only issue with this song is just the opening. Which is not where you want an issue in your song. but it's closing out great. And a person's always gonna remember the closing so much more. God, that is a terrible pause. I need I need a screenshot of that. God, that is an awful pause. Oh, I'm gonna edit that later. God, that's a terrible pause. Jesus. But yeah, no, this is actually a great ending. They're ending it off really good. They're ending it off energetic. And people are gonna remember an ending more than the beginning. But a lot of people are gonna hear the beginning. And I think a lot of people are gonna like it. Because the one thing about general audiences is they really do like stupidly complicated stuff. I'm just a snobby musician that likes when things are structured a little better. Go me. But I think the opening just a little too overplayed. I think it's too much on the drums. But the rest is perfect. And then this little piano ballad. Yeah, the piano ballad is beautiful. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check and see if this is in the Spotify version. Why does it stop pausing out of nowhere? Anyway, alright, I'll just edit it. So dumb. So dumb. Alright, so I checked Spotify. Not there. And that's sad. I think a nice piano ballad, a shortened version of the In Memoriam piano thing, would end the song great. But yeah. I think if I were to give this song a final grade, I don't know, 4 out of 5. About where I'd place it currently. I mean, I don't think it's the most generational song of all time, but I think it's a really good song that does show improvement in his music. And I think I've already gone through my emotions with the song already. Fortunately. But yeah, no, I think I've kind of put my thoughts into it. I went through it. I kind of put, again, my only issue, and we're just going to go back, I guess, for a little bit. The ending. The beginning, the ending. The beginning is a bit much. Like this straight beat throughout the... It's 2 fills. 3 fills. Then about 3 fills. Only one of them needed to be there. And it was the last one. Too many fills. yeah, that's kind of my only thoughts with it. Thank you all for watching. I'll see all you guys in the next video.